runner-up will split the cash. Costs you $20. You got to go see Jim Benke. He's he's up here in the tower right now, but he'll be down in his pit area. So if you want to participate with the Cash Bash, then by all means, get in touch with Jim Benke, and it'll cost you $20. It has to be done. You have to be in touch with him by the end of first qualifying session. We are attempting to contact the start line crew. So once again, we have made the call. Street Machine C, you should be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll be bringing you around under the bridge momentarily. Street Machine B, you are on standby. As soon as we have cars rolling down the track, we'll be calling Street Machine B. So attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. There are 3 of you who are making licensing runs today. You know who you are. There are 3 cars in the pits who are making licensing runs today. You 3, we need you up to the staging lanes. We're going to put you in lane 6. So roll up to the staging lanes and get into lane 6 if you're one of the 3 cars that are here for licensing runs. Roll up to lane number 6 ASAP. We're getting set to kick things off here for the 2022 edition of the Langley Loafers BC Old Time Drags, featuring the West Coast Gasser Get Down, all race cars 1972 and older, and we have got cars in the water box as we start with Street Machine C. Street Machine C, we're looking at body styles anywhere between 1965 and 72. These cars and trucks are going to run 1150 and slower. It'll be a full tree, electronics not allowed in any way, and we kick things off with Tony Reed, and that could be Well, it's Carson Barlow's pickup, I think. But no information in the computer as yet, as the two first runners head down track. Everybody's racing to the quarter mile today. So 12:52 for Tony Reed in his Mustang from Mission, and the C10 pickup in the other lane, 13:80 at 96 miles an hour as we kick things off in Street Machine C. Next up is going to be Drayden Foxcroft from Maple Ridge in the 1966 El Camino. Bonnie Styles in Street Machine C, 65 to 72. At the top end, 13:15 for the El Camino. In the other lane, 13:89, 96 miles per hour. As a 69 Cougar and 66 Falcon will be the next pair down the racetrack. Attention to the pits. We need Street Machine B to the lanes. Street Machine B. Bring them up to the lanes. This is your call. Street Machine B. As the Cougar runs 12:74 and the Falcon 14:38. Here comes Veronica Hodgson and Jack Hodgson. Jack's in the 67 Fairlane from Edmonton. And of course, Veronica from right here in Mission in the Dart. Don't worry about the red lights. Red lights for qualifying do not disqualify you. All runners are going against the clock, not against the competition in the other lane, although sometimes it's hard to tell. 12:56 for Veronica, 13:50 for Jack Hodgson. Gord Matajewski now in the 68 El Camino, and Eric Hansen in his 68 Plymouth Dart. I wonder if that's a skin. Eric from North Vancouver. Once again, we have called Street Machine B. Street Machine B. This is your call. You should be coming up to the lane. Street Machine B, bring them up. And if you are one of the three licensing cars on the property, we need you in lane 6. There are 3 cars licensing today. I can't tell if you're already there, but if you're not there, bring your vehicle up to lane 6, please. So the El Camino runs 14:92 and the Plymouth 13:29. That brings up Ralph Ringel and Neil Smith. Ralph leaving before the tree was activated. So he will get no information whatsoever. No incremental timing will be delivered on his time slip, and it will be blank. The tree was not even activated as the safety crew was over in the other lane working on so we might want to get him to come back, and we're not exactly sure why he decided that he needed to make that run that quickly, but there you go. Once again, Street Machine B, we need you in the lane. Street Machine B, bring them up. And those 3 licensing cars, we want to make sure that we give you the opportunity to get the requisite number of runs in. So be in lane number 6, please. Neil Smith heading down track in his 1970 GMC pickup. 13:04 at 91 miles an hour for Neil Smith. As I say, a lot of these cars and trucks, vehicles you will only see here maybe once a year at Mission, and that is during the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. Here's Andy Fisher now and Sylvia Houston. Sylvia's in the 66 Mustang and Andy's in the Chevy Apache. $11.95 for the pickup and $12.68 for Sylvia. 13 vehicles have taken runs so far in Street Machine C. Guy Stromston now is in the water box in his 68 Cougar. The number 12 emblazoned on the side of the car. He's one of those runners that manages to come out every year for this race. Colleen Davis in the other lane from Enderby in the Mustang. Well, actually, it's not a Mustang. In fact, it's the antithesis of a Mustang. Bill Chevy. So the Cougar goes 12.49 and Colleen 13.45. On the starting line right now, it's a 66 Studebaker. Yeah, if you're saying, I don't recognize that body style, it is a rare one indeed to be found on the racing surface. 66 Studebaker with 283 cubic inches under the hood. That is Mark Muscat. Home base is Vernon. Mark. And he stops the blocks at a 17.20. Hey, attention in the pits, just a point of order in terms of the shoe polish that you're putting on your windows, all right? Yesterday, we had the opportunity for a lot of you to mark on the windows that you were using a Sportsman tree, so you've got that SM on the windows, but that is actually quite confusing if you're running in Street Machine A, B, or C, because that SM is required there. So if you had SM from your test and tune yesterday, please remove that from your windows and just make it nice and clean. Remember, we're a left side racetrack. We need those numbers, your dial in and your designation, class designation, large and legible on the left-hand side, please. So, but remove that SM from your time trials or test sessions yesterday. Thanks. So heading down track, a Malibu and a Ford. The Ford is going to get there at 11.92. 11.92. In the other lane, the Malibu just coasting through at 24.83. So heading heading down track is John Sayer in his 68 Dart from Port Coquitlam. He is going to stop the clock at 11:79. 11:79 at 113 miles an hour for John Sayer. As Mitchell McCartney from Abbotsford brings his little Fairlane to the lanes. No information on the tower side. So once again, we make a point of order announcement for all drivers in the pit area. Before you come to the lanes, please remember you must be dressed appropriately. I know that this is the old-time drags, and there was a period where just about anything went. Unfortunately, that's not the case any longer. So please do not roll up to the lanes in shorts and tank top or anything like that. You need long sleeves, or you need, appropriate racing wear. So keep that in mind. Otherwise, the starter will take a look and may send you back in the pits to address your wardrobe. So speaking of the starter, he is currently out at the top end, just taking a look at the smoke that came out of the previous runner. It just seemed a little bit excessive, and so we're just checking the top end to make sure that nothing was deposited on the racing surface. As soon as that is determined, we will get back into qualifying session number 1. Remember, if you want to participate in the Cash Bash, Jim Benke is the guy to see. $20 is the amount of money. Race winner and runner-up will split the proceeds. It'll cost you $20. See Jim Benke. You all know who he is, and he will make sure that happens. It's got to happen, though. You got to get bought into that by the end of this first qualifying session. All right. Attention in the pits, Street Machine A. We need you on standby now. Street Machine B is in the lanes. Street Machine A is, well, we need you on standby, all right? So we'll be calling you to the lanes probably just as soon as Street Machine B start heading down track. In the meantime, we're still with Street Machine C as Dennis Winton is in the water box with Patrick from Salmon Arm in his 67 Fairlane. Hey, once again, as we continue in Street Machine C qualifying, two more cars rolling up to the start line. Just make an announcement for all racers in the pit area. If you do have trouble hearing the PA, there is a plan B, and it's a real good plan B. Tune us in at 92.7 on the FM band. Now, I know this is the Langley Loafers old-time drags, and AM radio is really popular with a lot of folks of a certain vintage, I being one. But FM, hey, try it out, 92.7, and you can hear the public address system clear as a bell. So share that with your friends, too. It says that on your tech cards, I think. So two cars heading down track. It's a 1417 on the Lordco side, 1399 over on the TCS lane as we continue to get more racer information into the computer. This is a licensing pass. We had called for the three cars on the property who are getting licensing to be in lane number 6, and this is one of them. So half-track pass for this racer. The typical process involved in getting a competition license in NHRA, and this is just a generalization, but you got to make at least 6 passes, and first 2 passes are going to be just launches off the start line, good solid launches, and then basically coast through. And then you're going to need to do 2 passes that are full half-track pulls up to the 8th mile mark where you can see the designation. And then you'll need to do 2 full passes under power, and they will have to be witnessed by already licensed competition drivers. They will determine whether your run was within the bounds of your class and then sign off on your license. So that is the general process for getting a license in the NHRA. Also, we're going to once again mention that if you are interested in participating in the Cash Bash, you want to see Jim Benke. He's wandering around in the staging lanes beside the tower. See Jim with $20 in hand, and you can participate in a Cash Bash that will be taking place after the Pro Mod exhibition runs, probably close to 12 o'clock, I'm guessing, if all things go according to Hoyle. And in that competition, race winner and runner-up will split the proceeds. So you need to get in touch with Jim Benke before the end of qualifying session number 1 if you want to participate. So start line crew just doing a little bit of a touch-up as we have completed the Street Machine C. We're going to go into Street Machine B next, and basically the body styles stay the same, but they will be running quicker. 11:49 and quicker with a full tree. But remember, electronics still not allowed. Hey, another point of order. We got lots of points of order today. If you're anywhere on the property, we're happy to see that you brought your pet with you. Remember, don't leave them in the vehicle. It is way too hot out there. So you want your pet with you at all times, and we would ask that you keep your pet on a leash while you're in the pits. That is not an area to leave animals running free. They will become speed bumps in due course if you do not have them on a leash. So leash your animals, please. And also, as is standard fare, you'll need to pick up after your animal too. So, word to the wise, you don't want to be caught out on that one. Please take care of your pets. Street Machine B rolling into the water box. So as I mentioned earlier, Street Machine B body styles continue to be 1965 to 1972. Everything here is technically 1972 or older. C and Street Machine C, where we're running 1150 and slower. Here we're 1149 and quicker. So everything picks up in speed just a little bit as we start with Street Machine B. All the way from Edmonton, Alberta, Susan Fugere in that 68 Firebird. And over here in the other lane, Fairlane runs 10:01. 10:01 at 131 miles an hour. 10:39 is the time for the Firebird, 132 miles an hour. Walter Johnson and Ross Walker. Walter's from Abbotsford in the red 72 Chevelle. Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy 2. Ross Walker goes 10:16, 131 miles an hour, and Walter Johnson 11:35, 118 miles an hour. Remember, they're all trying to run 11:49 or quicker. That's what they need to run to be in Street Machine B. Gil Bosnick now in the Mustang, and Byron Jeffries in the Canso. 65 Canso, which is a Canadian-made Chevy 2. Jeffries runs 10:57, 130 miles an hour, and Posnick in the Mustang 10:31. Both cars around that 130 mile per hour category. Word on the radio is that one of the racers of that last pair took out the drive shaft, and so just doing a little check at the top end to make sure the racer's off the track, but want to make sure that the track is clean and that there's no debris out there. So we have shut the racers off here at the start line while we send the safety out to the top end just to make sure that there's no debris that might surprise the next group of racers. Once again, just a quick reminder about shoe polish on the window. Left side racetrack, remember, we need your numbers and any information. Dial in eventually, all on the left side. Yesterday, for the test and tune session, some of you racers were using a Sportsman's tree, and you had on the window SM to indicate that you wanted a Sportsman tree. So that is not required today, and as a matter of fact, quite confusing because of the Street Machine A, B, and C classes. A word to the wise: remove that SM and just have the SMA, SMB, SMC there. That would be awful helpful. So remove that SM that you indicated for a Sportsman's tree, and we'll be all good. So we're almost finished checking that out. It's a good time to mention that Team on a Mission will be selling 50-50 tickets a little bit later on this morning. It's all going to start around noon. Draw time will be 3 p.m. It's going to have a stationary selling station, and that will be next to the Pro Shop and the Nitro Lube display for 50-50 tickets, but we'll also have volunteers who will be walking around, and that will be Sylvia, Veronica, Yvette, and I think whoever else they can corral on Team on a Mission 50-50 tickets. Last race, the draw winner took home $2,100. So it is certainly worth your time to invest in some 50-50 tickets for Team on a Mission. So Mal Patterson and Kevin Clark refired, did their burnouts again, get set for continuing qualifying action in Street Machine B. Patterson in the 68 Acadian. High wheel stand, wheels way up in the air for Mal Patterson. He calls the car malfunction. It's designed to lift the wheels that way and sails through at 10:27, 131 miles an hour. Kevin Clark in the other lane from Rosedale in the Nova, 11:01, 121 miles an hour. George Hill and Glenn Stevens. Stevens in the 68 Valiant. White Valiant, he's a trucker from Coquitlam. And George Hill from Prince George in the Mustang. 441 small block Ford. It's fascinating to think 441 cubic inches would be a small block, but it has to do with the head size as well. So 960 at 140 miles an hour for George Hill, 1090 for Stevens, 121 miles per hour. PCS lane runs 11:10, 121 miles an hour. Lordco lane 11:51, 119 miles an hour. Again, we're looking at runs 11:49 or quicker for Street Machine B. Heading down track in his little Ford Ranchero alongside Jordan Almas in the Dart. The Dart runs 11:42 at 116 miles an hour, and the little Ranchero goes 11:61 at 110 miles an hour. Scott Ukranitz from Delta in the Silver Dart. And Glenn Fillingham bringing the 1970 Hornet to the racetrack. Problem set in for Scott. Car did not launch well at all. Fillingham goes 10:27, 128 miles an hour. And he is, see, Scott's just coasting down track. Left before the tree was activated, and I don't think he's going to make it all the way. So we've got lots of cars on the property this weekend. I mean, the pits are full. All kinds of cars, all kinds of So as I was saying, we've got lots of cars on the property, and we would ask that if you are walking in the pits, if you are bicycling in the pits, attention in the pit, Street Machine A. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. Bring them up, Street Machine A. This is your call. Bring them up to lanes 1 and 2. And that means that Street Classic, you are on standby. But Street Machine A, we need you now. Bring them up. So attention in the pits, we have got a driver's meeting for Canada West Door Slammers. It's going to be at 10:30, and it is going to be at John DeYoung's trailer. So just a big long heads up. Drivers meeting taking place in Canada West Door Slammers. Drivers meeting will be at John DeYoung's trailer, and the time will be 10:30. 10:30. So Street Machine A, we've called you to the lane. Street Machine A, you should be coming to the lane. Street Machine Classic, you are on standby. As Russell Jeffrey and Rob Hodgson made their runs. Hodgson goes 10:86. 9:33 is the time for the Nova of Russell Jeffrey. Here comes Casper Over on the TCS side of the racetrack, that's the Tower side. In the other lane, we're still waiting for information on a lot of racers, so no information at this point. Start line crew just taking a few seconds to touch up the start line. So once again, we made the call for Street Machine A. You should be rolling up into lanes 1 and 2. Street Machine A. As James Dobson and Stu Funk head down the track. I mentioned this before. Ignore the red lights in qualifying. They're racing against the clock. James Dobson in the Camaro goes 1064, 126 miles an hour, 1122 at 119 miles an hour for Stu in the Chevy. I had started to say that if you are in the pits, it is crowded. Please pay particular attention to cars that are using the paved pit lanes. Those lanes are there for the vehicles to get to the staging area. They are not necessarily there for pedestrians and bicycles and everything else to just ramble through. If you are walking in those areas, keep an eye out. The cars will be moving through the staging lanes and they have priority at the pit speed. So it is up to all pedestrians in the pits. We welcome you in the pits, but keep an eye out and please walk on the side of the paved pit areas as cars will be traversing all those lanes, making their way to the staging area. David Cohen then runs 10:17 in the flashback Plymouth, 9:89 for Don Almos in the Dart, 134 miles an hour and 128 miles an hour. John Barrichello and Mike Probin. Seen John Barrichello out here very much this year. Surrey driver in the Plymouth runs a 11:31 at 117 miles an hour. Probin in the Nova goes 11:05, 122 miles an hour. As Jim Benke and Chris Stone sit in the water box. Jim Benke and Chris Stone. They are regular runners here at Mission Raceway, of course, and they will, by hook or by crook, look for ways to meet each other during qualifying in the safety lanes. Each of them brings out the best. They always say race against someone who's better than you, and well, it's hard to determine who's better than who in this pair. 10-11 and a 10-11. Wow, Chris Stone goes 10-11-1 and Benke 10-11-2. So 1/1000th of a second separating those two. On their reaction times, it was a 4 thou difference, 0.25 to an 0.21. So Chris Stone and Jim Benke making their runs in Street Machine B, and both of them around 130 miles an hour. So two closely matched competitors. There's John McCartney and Chris Moretto. Moretto's in the Little Vega. Little panel on the Lordco side. He runs 11:34 to 116 miles an hour, and the Falcon in the other lane, 11:02 at 121 miles an hour. Eric Stone over on the Lordco side. Yet on the driver here on the tower side, but all that information is being put into the computer, and we'll certainly have it at our disposal soon. 11:49 on the Lordco, or on the TCS side. Burnout's complete for Kevin Garlock and Brian Heffel. Brian from Abbotsford. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call for Street Machine A. Street Machine A, this is your final call. Be in lanes 1 and 2. And we still have Street Classic on standby. We'll be calling you very shortly. So 9:13 for Garlock in the Camaro, and the Little Vega goes 10:97. 10:97. We talked about some licensing passes earlier. There are 3 cars on the property that were designated for licensing runs. This is another one of them. We saw one in the pickup earlier. The Chevelle is also on a licensing pass. Attention in the pits, Street Classic. Street Classic. This is your call now. We're bringing you up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Street Classic. Bring them up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Street Classic. This is your call. So having called Street Classic, we're going to put Street Rod on standby. Street Rod is on standby now as Street Classic are coming into the lanes. Licensing pass for Gary Chavid. Runs a 934 at 119 miles an hour. Pops the chute. Brings the Chevelle to a stop at the top end. In case you're wondering, if a car has one parachute, that means the car can run upwards of 150 miles an hour. If the car has two parachutes, then the chances are that car can run up to 200 miles an hour. NHRA mandates that. If you're in any class that runs upwards of 150 miles an hour, you need to have a parachute. 200 miles per hour, you need to have two parachutes. So the Flatliner Maverick on a licensing pass, and looks like it was a half track. You can see the start line crew doing some due care and attention to the start line. Always paramount that the racing surface be ready for the next pair of cars, and they are ever vigilant in terms of making sure that if there is something on the racetrack, it has to be cleaned up first and foremost before we can send cars down the track. Usually pretty speedy work, but as you can well imagine, on a day like this, it's one thing to be sitting in the stands enjoying the racing action. It's another thing to have to push a broom or scrape the rubber or work behind any implement out there on the start line. So we always give credit to the start line and safety crew people who are ever vigilant on making sure that everything runs smoothly here on race day. So Ted Buss brings his hot rod up to the start line. Burnout is complete. Street Machine A, you should all be in lanes 1 and 2. We have called Street Classic. Street Classic to the lanes as well. And Street Rod, you were on standby. Oh, problems. Ted not able to hold the line. And problems in the other lane as well from Arnott Rose. Rose in the ragtop Acadian. 34-4. That was Ted Buss. He left way too early before the tree was activated, and he will get no incremental timing whatsoever. All drivers will use that incremental timing to help them make performance tune-ups on the car in the pits before we come elimination times. He'll have another 2 sessions through this race day. It is qualifying day for the BC Langley Loafers old-time drags. You know, the Loafers have a long and established history. They are based in Langley, of course. They were founded in 1957, and they have been active in motorsports since the very inception of the club. The club's membership is comprised of about 30 active and enthusiastic street rod and race car hobbyists, and those members come from all kinds of business and career backgrounds. In way back 1988, they had a number of successful car shows and rallies behind them, and that's when they decided, 1988, that they would start the old-time drags. And this annual event at Mission Raceway has now become a major motorsports gathering in the area, and you can certainly see that by the number of vehicles in the pit area. The financial success of these events, along with the contribution of the many sponsors and race supporters, has enabled the club to undertake scholarship programs at various Langley high schools. So not only are the Langley Loafers active here at Mission Raceway, they are active in the community. Loafers would like to thank the sponsors of this year's event, Freybe Gourmet Foods and Dudney Pub Church of the Blues, who have stepped up big time and are primary sponsors, but alongside them, the Torchman Rod and Custom Club, BC Scale, Alder Auto Parts, Badass Garage, Lee's Market in Fort Langley, Nitro Lube, Richard Purcell, SoCal Speed Shop, and TCS Products all have stepped up to provide sponsorship funds here today, this weekend, for the BC Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. So the little Acadian off the gas, having trouble on the start line, getting things sorted out, ends up being a 54-second run. Not one for the record books, that's for sure. 10:43 for the Camaro at 127, and 10:92, 151 miles an hour for Jerry F. Warren Jacobson and Dan Parsons now. So Jacobson goes 1095 at 136 miles an hour, and Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster 11 flat, 129 miles an hour. So Street Machine A, we're just getting set, winding up Street Machine A. These, of course, are the quickest of the three Street Machine classes. At 136 for Charles Sidden, shop owner from Lake Country, BC. So we roll into the Street Classic category. Pause for the burnouts. Street Classics. All classes here are going to qualify in A. And then once we ladder the top 8, they stay in A. So the quickest of the Street Classic runners will stay in Street Classic A, and the rest will go into Street Classic B for eliminations tomorrow. The quickest 8 will be determined by the 3 runs that they get today. So I do hope that is as clear as mud. I want to welcome all you race fans for joining us early on this Saturday. The day portends to have a tremendous amount of fast racing and nostalgic racing as well. We've got some exhibition cars, we've got some pro mod cars, we got the Canada West door slammers. They are all here, and it is going to get fast and furious a little bit later on as we work our way through these different categories. If you're out there without a bottle of water, well, I gotta tell you, you should have some water with you. And water is available at the Half Track Snack Shack. And I think probably you can get some liquids at the Pro Shop. You can make sure that you have some water with you because you need to stay hydrated on a day like this. Looking at 27 degrees out there already. Attention to the pit, Street Rod. We're now calling you to the lanes. Street Rod, we need you to the lanes. Street Rod, come on up. And Nostalgia Gas, you are on standby. But Street Rod, your name is up. Bring them up to the lanes. Bring them up. Hey, I also noticed that Barry and Shelley are here on the property. I see the lowrider Edsel there, so I'm guessing that the BS Espresso is open underneath the grandstand. They used to have lemonade and iced tea and mini donuts and all sorts of Milano Special Roast. Haven't had an update on all of the products that they've got for this year, but hey, stop in, say hi, and see what they've got. Check them out. BS Espresso underneath the grandstand. You know, I mentioned about how a lot of racers, this is the only time that you will see them here at the old-time drags. Well, sometimes start line procedure is a little bit foreign to them, and you see our starter, Willie, giving some start line instruction as to where those beams actually are, and where he clicked the switch, and driver on this side, TCS side, was well, a little bit tardy. In the other lane, 62 Ford runs through with a, well, no time because he left before the tree was activated. A common problem. But as I say, they have 3 qualifying hits today, so let's get all those bugs worked out here before the session. So I'm going to make some mistakes, make them during the first qualifying session. It's Pete Legg and Maurice Blendheim head down track. 56 Chevys a pair. 1277 for Pete over on the TCS lane. 1499 for Maurice in the Lordco side. So once again, we've called Street Rod to the staging lanes. Street Rod, you should be up in the staging lanes right now, rolling up into the staging lanes. And Nostalgia Gas, you are on standby. Nostalgia Gas, you're on standby. Those of you who missed the announcement earlier this morning, there is a drivers meeting for Canada West Door Slammers. Drivers meeting taking place at 10:30. That's about 20 minutes from right now. It's at John DeYoung's trailer. So Canada West Door Slammer drivers, you need to be over in John DeYoung's pit area, 10:30. Pickup runs 10:42 at 128 miles an hour. 1465 the car in the Lordco side, 94 miles an hour. Here comes Mark Brenzinger. Out of time, he calls it. Out of time. Ryan Johnston in the other lane in the Corvette, sponsored by Nasty Fish and Investors Group. So the Corvette goes 895, 152 miles an hour, and Brenzinger 964, 136. 13 cars in the category have made a run so far. And the next pair sitting in the water box. Category that we're in is Street Classic. All classes are going to qualify in A for Street Classics. And then once we ladder the top 8 for eliminations tomorrow, they will go into A and the rest will go into B. But Jim Benke is still open for your $20 if you are interested in participating in the Cash Bash. Has to be a $20 fee paid to Jim by the end of first round qualifying. We're still in that first round. I will clarify one thing. This is for non-electronic runners. If you're running electronics of any kind, sorry, this is not a Cash Bash for you. But if you're non-electronic, you want to see Jim Benke, if you want to participate, and Jim has his pit area on the other side of the pro shop, but he is oftentimes wandering in the staging lanes as well. $20 gets you in the program, and then winner and runner-up later today will share in the spoils. So that's the Cash Bash chat with Jim Benke. So Terry Charles out on the start line in the 56 Chevy. Over here on this side of the racetrack, it's a Mercury pickup. First time trial hit for both these drivers. Charles will be getting there first. Clock stops at 10:21, 128 miles an hour. Pickup goes 13:89. So Street Classic qualifying continues. Wendy Flanor and Al Learmouth. Got a 1956 delivery wagon. It's a Lordco side, 62 Chevy Nova on the TCS side. 13:28 is the time for the Nova. 99 miles an hour. Wendy goes 16:79, 84 miles an hour. Daryl Stovey now driving the 64 Chevelle. And Chevelle in the other lane as well. Up launch for Stovey. That is par for the course for that car. 10:51, 123 miles an hour for Darrell. In the other lane, 14:43 for the more stock-oriented Chevelle. 19 cars so far taking a time as Ray Bollinger rolls up. Attention to the pits, Nostalgia Gas. We're going to call you to the lanes now. Nostalgia Gas. We need you to the lanes. Bring them up. Outlaw N, you're on standby, but Nostalgia Gas, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Well, little Volkswagen goes 11:19, and that's got to be a scary ride, 120 miles an hour. Ray Bollinger goes 10:62. Car in the Lordco lane runs 11:10, 122 miles an hour. Greg Westling, 12:95, 108 miles an hour. So that brings up Scott Winterbottom and Tim Cordner. Scott, a pipe fitter from Coquitlam in the 63 blue Chevy. And Tim Cordner in the blue Studebaker. Well, I guess that's almost a purple in comparison. Hard to tell with the sun on. I'm going to go with blue. There's lots of shades of blue. Tim from Victoria, 11:40, and Scott goes 9:49. So once again, attention to the pits, we have called Nostalgia Gas to the lanes. Nostalgia Gas, you have been called to the lanes. Outlaw N, you're on standby, but Nostalgia Gas, you should be rolling into the staging lanes as Jerry Brabander and Earl James just complete their runs. Brabander goes 10:59, James 14:03 rather, 14:03. So Street Classic qualifying session number 1 now complete, 14:53 for that runner at 100 miles an hour. It looks to be 28 cars taking times in the Street Classic category. So we'll be doing a little bit of start line maintenance. In the staging lanes is Street Rod, and we have called Nostalgia Gas to the lanes as well, with Outlaw N on standby. I had mentioned about how Jim Benke is still collecting money for the Cash Bash. $20 if you want to participate in the Cash Bash. You want to see Jim Benke. His trailer, his pit area is just on the other side of the Pro Shop. This might be a good time, actually, to grab some water, grab maybe a quick bite to eat if you haven't had breakfast yet. We're going to be down for just a couple of minutes and do a little bit of start line touch-up. Martin Dykstra and Sylvia Goslin as we kick off straight rod qualifying. 9:59 for Martin, and Sylvia gets a 15:8.81. Rob Monroe and Kelly Robinson bring their hot rods to the start line. 1934 Ford and 31 Model A. These guys are quick. You want to keep an eye on Monroe, 898 with a 147 miles an hour. Robinson goes 962. So that start line touch-up turned out to be a much quicker affair than I anticipated. No, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, non-electronics. We need you in lanes 3 and 4, please. Outlaw, non-electronics. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. And Outlaw electronics. Outlaw E, you're on standby. Zach Joyce and Jerry Barron. Jerry, a flooring estimator, driving that green 38 Pontiac on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Backing up over here, tower side in the 48 Austin is Zach Joyce from Langley. 512 cubic inch Dodge under the hood of that Austin. Set up to race. Huge wing on the back. Chop, channeled, lowered, big slicks. In the other lane, a sleeper car. Looking pretty stock. And, well, Zach took the tree. Got a 795, 170 miles an hour. Jerry Barron, something amiss. So, just did not make the run. They're going to push him back from the start line. Once again, we have called Outlaw N. Outlaw N. We need you in 3 and 4, Outlaw N. And Outlaw E, you're on standby. But Outlaw N, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. Hey, you know, one of the things that the Langley Loafers are always doing, they have their own tent set up. I encourage you to go visit them, talk to them, and take a look at any merch that they might have available. Enter your name for a door prize. Although, why you'd want a door at the drags, I'm not sure. Actually, it's not a door prize per se. It is a prize, though, and Chris Cook, if you're on the property, we've called your name, Chris Cook. You're the first door prize winner of the day, Chris Cook. Head over to the old-time drags in the pit area, their tent area, and find out what it is that you have won, all right? Chris Cook, head over to the pit area and check out the old-time drags tent, and they'll set you up with your prize. Chris Cook, you're the winner. Street Rod heading down track. Lordco lane 1030, 130 miles an hour, and Robin Redding in the TCS lane with his 27 Model T. .63 on that licensing pass, 101 miles per hour. So here's an interesting class, Nostalgia Gas. They used to run as the straight axle shootout. Now calling it Nostalgia Gas. It sort of like harkens back to the glory days of drag racing, the early 60s. Well, actually all through the 60s to some degree. It's a class designed for vehicles built with that high nose-high style. Quarter-mile runners that have straight axles like the original gassers that you used to see so much of. Altered wheelbase, modified production cars, all of those kinds of things. Qualifying is heads up, and then they run on a dial in eliminations. First pair, Jody Wilson over here tower side, and that's a clear indication that you need to go through the pits and look at some of these vehicles up close, because that car is sweet. 1074 at 124 miles an hour for Jody. 1239 at 110 in the other lane. So Jerry Barron getting the car back to the start line and running a 1435 at 93 miles an hour. We continue with Nostalgia Gas. So Terry Denome from the Nanaimo, publisher of Canadian Hot Rod Magazine. We've probably all seen copies of that. Had the opportunity to write a couple of articles for the magazine about my old racetrack in Saskatchewan. Rick Rice in the other lane. So the 57 Ford ran 11:04 at 122 miles an hour. Rice in the prefect goes 11:56. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw Electronics. Calling Outlaw Electronics. Lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw Electronics, lanes 1 and 2, and Cash Bash. We're going to be putting you in 5 and 6. Cash Bash, we're going to be putting you in 5 and 6. Bring your 20 bucks. And, see Jim Banky. 5 and 6. So Outlaw Electronics in 1 and 2. Outlaw N, no electronics. You should be in 3 and 4. Pat McInnes and Norm Fleenor. Norm driving the black Chevy on the Lordco side. The Chupacabra goes 1072 at 123 miles an hour. Is going to bring up the Flying Scotsman. Phil Stewart's 51 Henry J. And Ron Anthony in the other lane. Phil Stewart in the Henry J goes 1051, 124 as we continue on in Nostalgia Gas. 1214 for Ron Anthony in the 38 Chevy. As Dave Sidden and Dave Stovey line up for a qualifying hit. Sidden's a mechanic in Kelowna, driving the 49 Plymouth here with 440 inches of Mopar power. Stovey from Kamloops. He's in the 56 Vet, small block Chevy, injected. And he runs it through with an 1109, 118 miles an hour, 1255, 105 miles an hour for Dave. Once again, we make the call for Outlaw E. Off the gas and back on and then off again as Steve Chase having trouble keeping the 65 Mercury pickup under power all the way through. He coasts through with the 1308. So once again, Outlaw E, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw E, lanes 1 and 2. Cash Bash. We'll bring you into lanes 5 and 6. If you haven't yet paid Jim Benke, hey, bring your $20 with you. So shifting categories, we will be going into Outlaw N. No electronics in this category. Outlaw N. $9.99 and quicker. Body styles up to 1972, and as the category designation implies, no electronics. So first up, Burt Worrell, and Lorne to 4. Lorne driving that 23T Alter. Problems off the start line. He has to get off the gas to straighten it out. Burt runs it through with a 924, 147 miles an hour, and the Altered goes 898, 149 miles an hour. We've seen Andy out here over the last few races getting a lot of time on that pickup. F100, 1965. Bob Lowe's in the other lane from Maple Ridge. BDL Automotive sponsored. 67 Nova. Category Outlaw N. No electronics. So Bob Lowe goes 843, and Andy Antle goes 898. The Acadian runs 951, 139 miles an hour, and the 29 Ford Hot Rod in the Lordco side, 993, 143 miles an hour. Blair Criddle, not George Criddle apparently, Blair Criddle, and Keith Winterbottom. Lifting the left front. Keith charges off the line and will get to the top end with an 851, 157 miles an hour. Criddle, 1118, 123 miles an hour. And this will be our final qualifier. So rolling up now into the staging beams, 1928 Model A. It is Ken Wright from Torrington, Alberta, making the trek in for the Langley Loafers. Always great to see. Out-of-town cars. He is staged and it's down track. Taking a big chunk out of the Christmas tree, not waiting for the green, but he will get the incremental times nonetheless as he runs at 1369, 100 miles an hour, 0.70. So the Little Econo dragster. Running in Outlaw E. Little dragster comes all the way out to Mission from Saskatoon. Stan Heber. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I have seen Stan run at the California Hot Rod reunion on a number of times. So this car, in many respects, represents a lot of what the Langley Loafers old time drags is all about. That little front engine dragster, representative of the drag racing world of the 60s, runs a nice straight 794, 168 miles an hour with 509 cubic inches of big block Chevy power out in front of you. Boy, that's a brave run. 794. So now we're going to take about a 7-minute break as we send the tractors down the track, and the safety crew will do a little bit of a touch-up. And there is going to be some, I don't know that they're going to go and do some scraping, but there is going to be some mopping and everything else as the tractors will make their way up and down the track, rubbing some fresh rubber onto the surface. So this would be a good time to head into the pits, head over to the half-track snack shack perhaps, or the pro shop, and grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. If you did not bring any sunscreen, I believe that they have sunscreen. I know what you're saying. Who in their right mind would have come to the drag races without sunscreen? Well, I would have probably, but, you know, there you go. You can rectify that by heading over to the pro shop. I believe that they have some sunscreen there for you. So, yeah, stay safe and hydrated. Those are key words. If you're wandering into the pits, and we always encourage you to do that, we would ask that as a person just walking in the pits, please keep an eye out for oncoming traffic from either direction. We are always calling cars to the lanes, and all those paved lanes in the pit, well, contrary to popular belief, they are not for walking. They are for cars making their way to the staging areas. So we ask that you walk on the sides and be ever mindful of moving traffic. Pit speed for vehicle traffic is 10 miles per hour. Or is it 10 kilometers per hour? I'm not exactly sure, but it is monitored, so drive appropriately. So we'll take a few-minute break here just while they clean up, and we'll come right back at you. Attention in the pit, Street Machine C. You're on standby for qualifying session number 2. Street Machine C, you are on standby. Soon as track prep is nearing completion, we will be calling you to the lanes. So we have called the Cash Bash runners to lanes 5 and 6. Cash Bash, if you're running in that race within a race, you should be rolling up to lanes 5 and 6, and there should be $20 in your hands if you haven't already paid Jim Benke. You want to see Jim, hand him your $20, and we have completed the first round of qualifying here, and that's the deadline. Everybody makes the one hit, and then you have the opportunity to get into the Cash Bash and do that race within a race. Whatever funds are collected will be split between the winner and runner-up. Also mentioned earlier that, because we're way ahead of schedule, well, at least some of us are, Team on a Mission, they're selling 50-50 tickets, and that is going to start around noon. So whatever you do with all of the money that you brought, all the souvenirs you're going to buy and all the merch you're going to buy for Christmas and any anniversary or any celebration that you've got going, save some money for the 50-50 tickets. It's going to be starting around noon. The draw is going to take place at 3, and they will have a stationary selling station next to the Pro Shop and the Nitro Lube display. Volunteers will also be walking around at the last race. The 50-50 draw winner took home $2,100, so not an insignificant amount of money. Save some money for 50-50. That'll be happening right after noon. Pits, we have been calling for Cash Bash runners, and this is your final call. Final call for Cash Bash runners. If you want to run in the Cash Bash, boy, it's your final call. Head up to lanes 5 and 6. Be there or be not in the program. So while we're in a little bit of a quiet zone right now, Canada West Door Slammers, this announcement is specifically for you. You are on a, let's say, 20-minute standby call. We want you, we're going to be calling you to the lanes at 11:15 to be heading down track at 11:30 sharp. 11:30 sharp, first qualifying session for Canada West Door Slammers. So you've got about a 20-minute standby call to get ready. At 11:15, we're going to be calling you to the lanes. mention Jim Benke. People have some funds that they would like to transmit to you. Mr. Benke, we've got all the Cash Bash runners in the staging lanes, and they need to see you in the staging lanes as well. So Jim Benke, get into lane 5 and 6, please. So Marnet Rose in the 62 Acadian, he calls Rosebud, goes 987, 133 miles an hour. So we've got all the Cash Bash runners in lanes 5 and 6. So we have all the Cash Bash runners who are in the staging lanes getting set to commence their rounds of elimination. This is a race within a race. So they'll be racing with dial-ins on the window. The handicap will be inserted into the computer. One car will leave ahead of the other car. That will be the slower car leaving first. And we'll work our way through rounds of elimination. Attention in the pit, Street Machine C. We're calling you. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Street Machine C. Bring them up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So just got the word. Not that it helps, but it's good to see those umbrellas out there. Air temperature right now is about 28 degrees. We did a check on the track temperature. I have to go into Fahrenheit on this one. 114 degrees. So it is a hot racetrack. And please don't ask me to convert 114 into Celsius. I have a little chart that will tell me that. I wonder if it'll go that high, 114 degrees. So I'm just looking at my handy-dandy chart here that has conversion scales and everything else, and it doesn't actually go up to 104, but at 104, that would be 40 degrees. So track temperature at 114, maybe 42 degrees Celsius. So the handicap start, big handicap on the Lordco side. Martin Dykstra manages to get around him. Double breakout win of 9:55 and 130 miles an hour. Keep in mind, this is a race within a race, a cash bash. Each driver has paid $20 to participate in this. The overall winner and runner-up will be splitting those proceeds. Bob Hodson over here, tower side. Malfunction Chevelle. Lordco lane. Red light start for Bob Hodson. So the Malfunction Chevelle gets the win light. Comes to 10:25. 103 miles an hour, or 30 miles an hour rather. comes Chris Stone. Dodge Dart, Tower side, and Mercury Cougar on the spectator side. Handicap will be going to the Cougar by a little over 2 seconds. Spinning the tires off the line, that's not going to help. Here comes Chris Stone. Yeah, the Cougar's out of that run pretty early. Saw problems developing right at the launch, so Chris Stone goes 10:15, 130 miles an hour. As we will wait for the Cougar to exit the track. Rolling into the staging beams right now, Veronica Hodson and Ryan Johnston. Veronica's in the Dodge Dart, and Johnston's in the 63 Corvette. Sizable handicap for Veronica. Will the vet get around her? Yes, he does. He runs a 9 flat with a 5, 141 miles an hour. And so Ryan Johnston moving on to the next round of the Cash Bash. Staged up. Tower side, as is the spectator side. Everybody's leaving the start line with green lights, no red lights to contend with. Who gets there first without breaking out? 9:37, 146 miles an hour for the TCS lane. So Dennis Winton and John Barrichello. Barrichello in the Coronet. Opar Performance sponsored Coronet on the Lordco lane. And over here, Dennis Winton back driving his station wagon with a 12-second dial-in against the 11:32 for Barrichello. Light start for Barrichello, so win light comes on for Dennis Winton. He runs it through with an 11.95. 11.95. He saw that the green light was on his lane. He had the win in hand, and so he went under his dial, which he is allowed to do, 111 miles an hour. As Mark Brenzinger brings the out-of-time Nova to the line. James Dobson in his Camaro. Handicap's going to go to James Dobson in that green Camaro. 1065 is the dial on the window. Here comes Mark Brenzinger. Out of time, Chevy Nova, sponsored by Vinny Speed Shop and Bail Bonds. Win light comes on for John. Let's see, James Dobson, 1067, 120 miles an hour. Breakout for Brenzinger. So on the Lordco side, Rad Torque sponsored CUDA of Jim Benke. Walter Johnson over here at Tower side. Win light comes on for the CUDA. That's right, Jim Benke advancing into the next round of the Cash Bash. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are calling Street Machine B to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Street Machine B to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Odd number of cars in the Cash Bash, 1256 for that runner, 112 miles an hour. As we commence round number 2 of qualifying. And we begin as we did round number 1, Street Machine C. Make the announcement ahead of time that there will be a drivers meeting for the Pro Mod racers who are here. It'll be at Wade Schustrom's trailer, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. is the time for the drivers meeting for Pro Mod at Wade Schustrom's trailer. They will be making their runs today, 2 of them, right around 2 o'clock and right around 4 o'clock. So Pro Mod drivers meeting at Wade Schustrom's trailer. And that is, I even have some directions here. Middle lane, 5 cars in from rear of staging. So right around there. That's pretty specific, I'd say. Some smoke out of the car on the TCS side, so safety crew will be running out to take a closer look at that. In the meantime, Brady Peterson in the other lane, and the Ford ran 1181, 115 miles an hour. So we'll back them up here and do a quick check. See if there's any more serious cleanup required. Langley Loafers always want to give a big shout out to their sponsors. Hey, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, we're calling you to the lanes just as we promised. Canada West Door Slammers, bring them up to lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, bring her up for your first qualifying session, please. So I began to say that the sponsors involved for the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags want to have a big shout out to Fryby Gourmet Foods and Dudney Pub, the Church of the Blues. Those are the primary sponsors, the main sponsors, so thank you very much. But we also have thanks going out to the Torchman Rod and Custom people, the BC Scale, Alder Auto Products, Badass Garage, Lee's Market in Fort Langley, Nitro Lube, Richard Purcell, SoCal Speed Shop, and TCS Products. All those good folks lending their financial support and sponsorship in many different ways to ensure that the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags can continue. This is the 2022 edition featuring Gassers and Canada West Door Slammers and Pro Mods. So safety crew just checking some spots from that last runner. Looks like it was some transmission fluid. They've got the solutions out there and the mops, and they'll be taking care of that. It is 29 degrees out, so give them credit for the hard work that they're doing in the heat of the day. The word is there is a little bit of stuff on the racetrack, so we'll be able to drag it out. Don't have to necessarily do anything more than that, so we'll be sending the tractors. They will put some rubber on the racing surface and get that all sorted out. So that's going to take just a couple of minutes, so stand by. We've called Street Machine B for your second qualifying hit. Street Machine B, you should be rolling up into the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Canada West Door Slammers, you've been called to 5 and 6. So Canada West Door Slammers, bring them up, lanes 5 and 6. We'll be running you right at 11:30 for your first qualifying hit of the weekend. Track maintenance is busy doing their thing. I always want to give a big shout out to all of you race fans for joining us here on this nice, toasty, warm Saturday. Welcome to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. You picked a good weekend to watch some racing action here with the Langley Loafers old-time drags. A lot of vehicles, a lot of cars that only race this event, and we would encourage you to take the opportunity to head into the pits at some point during the day, wander through in a safe way, keeping an eye out for any moving traffic. If you're over on the spectator side, you did buy a pit pass with your admission ticket, so you feel free to wander over the bridge anytime you like and head into the pits and take a look at the race cars close up and watch the crews do their work. Take a look of any of the racers who have merch, and it would be great if you were able to support them. Pick up a t-shirt, some kind of souvenir of that fashion. Speaking of which, the Pro Shop will be open and have all sorts of NHRA Mission Raceway souvenirs available as well. So you could do a little bit of grocery or Christmas shopping, perhaps. And the Pro Shop also has some ice cream and chocolate bars and chips and things like that. While you're on the pit side, you have the opportunity to take a look at all the great hot rods that have come to the racetrack today. You can see them along the fence and different areas of the racetrack. I see lots of people milling about looking at those hot rods and street rods, classic custom cars. They are all on display for you to take a look at, take some pictures, and all sorts of good stuff to take a look at. We have got a band that will be playing at 8 o'clock tonight as well, so feel free to stay late as the evening cools down. The band will be starting at about 8 o'clock, so all kinds of things for the whole family to do here at the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags as we get back into qualifying action in Street Machine C. So if Dave Warren is on the property, Dave Warren, your name has been chosen at the Langley Loafers tent. You're a door prize winner, Dave Warren. Head over to the Loafers tent and check out what they have sitting there waiting for you. Dave Warren, that's you. You're a door prize winner. Head over to the Langley Loafers tent and see what it is. Canada West Door Slammers, you should be all rolling into lanes 5 and 6. I see they've started to get there. 5 and 6 for Canada West Door Slammers as Street Machine C is back underway. Mitchell McCartney, Lordco Lane, Tony Reed rather, goes 1084 in his Mustang on the TCS side. 1284 to 110 miles an hour. And Mitchell goes 1474 at 90 miles an hour. Jack Hodgson from Edmonton in the fair lane. Colleen Davis goes 1359. Tower side, 105 miles an hour. Hodgson, 1337, 102 miles an hour. Rick Thiessen, 69 Cougar. And Yvette Kusacki in the Mustang. Everybody getting 3 hits at the track. This is number 2. Their car is dialed in for eliminations tomorrow as Rick runs a 12:43, 108 miles an hour. in the Cougar. And Yvette goes 14:03 at 95 miles an hour in the Mustang. Gord Matichewski in the El Camino. Tower side, heading down track in the TCS lane. And he runs a 1480, 1480 with an 8, 91 miles an hour. Car in the other lane, 1378, 99 miles an hour. Dan Dancy and Neil Smith now. Neil's in the pickup. 1970 GMC pickup, in fact. And the pickup gets there first with a 1309, 90 miles an hour against a 1674. $13.50 for the El Camino, 106 miles an hour for Drayden Foxcroft. In the other lane, 13.68. Just a heads up for all of you Cash Bash runners, if you're still in the Cash Bash, you will not be called up to make a qualifying run in these sessions. So if you're in the Cash Bash, that qualifies as your qualifying run. Got a 66 Malibu and that C10 pickup. The Malibu 1271, 106 miles an hour, and the C10 pickup, 1381, 95 miles an hour. So from Vernon, Mark Maskins. He's in the Studebaker, 66 Studebaker on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Over here, John Sayer in the Purple Dark. Sayer runs at 1177, 113 miles an hour. 1671 is the time for the Studebaker at 81 miles an hour. John Van Capel, Williams Lake auto painter in the Nova on the Tower side. Pickup in the other lane. Still waiting for information on the computer. It's all coming in slowly but surely. At the stripe, looks like the pickup gets there first with an 1148, 120 miles an hour. 1166 for the Nova. So Street Machine C completed. We've got Canada West door slammers in the staging lanes. Fast cars quick times, and so we will be doing a spray of the racetrack just to get some traction compound laid onto the surface. I don't know how many of you have ever had the opportunity to walk on a freshly prepared racetrack, but trust me, it is super, super sticky. That is why the NHRA and all local tracks have a rule that you cannot wear flip-flops on the racing surface. Otherwise, well, they'll just stick. They'll come off your feet. Laces only, tied up, nothing loose, please. It is very, very sticky. So right now we're just going to make sure that there is no offending stones, rocks, or whatever on the start line, and then run the sprayer, which will have a mix of VHT traction compound with alcohol, and we have varying degrees of mix, and it all goes to preparing the track in a way that makes it sticky not only at the start so the cars get a good grip, but they stay in the groove and that they continue to build power, and then, of course, have a fair bit of stickiness, which is a word, stickiness, that they have enough traction stickiness at the top end when they pop the chute. Nothing worse than popping the chute and it gets all slippery and the car getting out of shape. So you see the sprayer heading down right now, and Steve will make sure that that traction compound is laid down just the way he wants it and just the way that all of the Canada West door slammers have come to expect it here at Mission. Door Slammers weekend sponsors, TCS Transmission Products. That's the weekend sponsor for their program. TCS Performance Transmission Products is a locally owned and operated business located in Langley. As the leading manufacturer of performance and extreme automotive automatic transmission parts and torque converters for over 50 years, their first priority continues to deliver the best possible products to their customers. TCS takes pride in manufacturing improved products for many racing, off-road, and towing applications. So I want to thank TCS Transmission Products for being the sponsor of the weekend, along with Travelland RV Group in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and you can check them out online at travellandrv.ca. As to what constitutes Canada West door slammers, all of these cars must run 870 or quicker to race tomorrow. So they'll have 3 opportunities to do that, but they all have to run 870 or quicker to be on a ladder. It is not technically a track class, but run by an independent group, and they are here. They have approximately 6 races each year. And so they will be coming up momentarily for their first qualifying pass. All cars must have 2 operating doors. They must have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension, and a roof. No throttle control devices are permitted, and lane choice will go to the faster car. As far as last year was concerned, well, it was a shortened season for the door slammers, weather and everything else considered. Congratulations go out to Paul Debris Jr. and the whole Debris family for winning the 2021 Canada West Door Slammer Series Championship. Top 3 places were awarded to Paul, finishing first, Brian Ritchie second, and John DeYoung third. So that is last year's summary of Canada West Door Slammer action. I did talk about their primary weekend sponsor. They have a lot of associate sponsors. As you can well imagine, there's a great amount of participation in the category. Title sponsor is Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Artex Barn Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel and RV. All of those associate sponsors making it possible for Canada West Door Slammers to be here on their race series. So we thank them for their support, and we encourage you, as you are here visiting us at Mission Raceway, to take a look around at all of the participating sponsors who have signage or coverage on a race car. If you see products that you are in need of, we encourage you to support them as they support racing here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So track preparation continues, and we'll be getting ready for qualifying in Canada West Door Slammer action momentarily. In the pits, attention in the pits, we have exhibition cars here as we start Canada West Door Slammers. We need those exhibition cars up into staging lanes 5 and 6. Exhibition cars, if you're here under that designation, we need you in lanes 5 and 6, right behind Canada West Door Slammers. So spraying is complete, and we are going to start qualifying with the 2021 champion, Paul Debris, over here tower side, and Greg Field in the Active Care 69 Opel GT. Had a chance to talk with Greg earlier. I was wondering about the wheelbase on that twin turbocharged 69 Opel, and it looks short. You know, the original 69 Opel came with a 69-inch wheelbase. 69 inches, or sorry, 96 inches. Hard to maneuver at 96 inches at 200 miles an hour. So that car has been widened a little bit and lengthened a little bit, although you'd be hard-pressed to really see it. It's sitting out at 120-inch wheelbase. Steel body, home built, and if he can connect on the start line, boy, it's a fast car. His record, 648, 219, got a gold, hit 220. In the other lane, Paul Debris Jr. from Shawnigan Lake, driving that 66 Valiant with 565 cubic inches of big block Chevy power. They'll roll forward and get set. They have to run 870 or quicker. Canada West Door Slammers presented this weekend by TCS Transmission Products. Paul is in, Greg is in, and they are off. Looking like Greg likes a hot track. Wow, 641 with a 9, 221 miles an hour. He wanted to run 220. He actually ran 221 miles an hour. Wow, that's a hot run. Currently in first place, Greg Field is going to be tough to beat, but it's a warm track, and some cars perform on that better than others, it apparently seems. Tom Katanick, now from Maple Ridge, Katanick TK Performance. And James Kennedy, calling it the Blueberry 2004 Grand Am. Titanium Racing, sponsored car from Maple Ridge. That's the Camaro. Originally started the season owned by Eric Shirk. Got it all rewrapped into that chrome red and then sold it to Tom. They are off down track, and 763 is the time for Tom. 777 for James Kennedy. So Tom slots into second, James into third. Here comes Brody Shirk, tower side. And the Blue Max, car that we started seeing here a couple of races ago. He used to race regularly with that vehicle and then took some time off. Brody Shirk from Langley, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, JS Performance, and Brad Torque. So both cars pre-staged, not seemingly in any rush to get staged up, but Blue Max is in, Shirk is in. .847 is the time for Brody. Blue Max goes 8:12. So 6 cars down the track so far. Greg Field, no one coming close to that 6:41.9. Devin Jansen and Blake Miller will be next. Blake Miller sponsored by Searles Auto Repair out of Victoria in that orange Camaro. 621 cubic inch big block Chevy. It's both are staged. Devin Jansen in the black Nova. On the edge of the group, but manages to stay well in hand. Runs an 874 in the Camaro, 853 for Miller, or for Jansen rather. And that brings up Brian Ritchie, last year's runner-up in the series. Peter Lucanis in the Corvette. Transporters Logistics, sponsored 63 Vet. Ritchie Racing Engines, primary sponsor with that black 68 Chevelle alongside Greenlight Auto Sales. gets there 8 flat with a 7, 8.007. 172 miles an hour, and in the other lane, Peter Lucanis goes 8.62 with a 3, 154 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Dale Jansen in the 1966 Acadian Canso, and Grant Howell from Victoria driving the 37 orange and purple coupe. Hard wheels up charge for Dale Jansen as he leaves the line. Grant Howell will get there first, though. 7.76 pops the chute, both of them. 175 miles an hour for Howell. In the other lane, Jansen goes 7.80 with a 3 at 176 miles an hour. So just about everybody, well, in fact, everybody is in the program so far. 12 have taken a qualifying hit. Here comes Derek Shirk, owner of the Titanium Auto Group. He sold that chrome red Camaro. He bought this really cherry 55 Bel Air. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Chop My Rate, Rad Torque, JS Performance. They're all involved in that program. And Jason Field in the other lane. Greenlight Auto Sales and Ritchie Racing Engines giving support. They are off and running. Derek going to get there with a 7.16, 192 miles an hour. Wow, 8.34 for Jason Field at 166 miles an hour. So Derek Shirk slots into the number 2 spot right now, right behind Greg Field. Field running a 6:41, Shirk 7:16. Will we see more 6s? I suspect we will before the day is done. You bet. Rod Leclerc coming back. Strong one. He could run in the 6s in that 67 Camaro from Paradise Homes. Has run in the 6s in the past. In the other lane, Paul Stretch from Duncan. Sponsored by Isherwood Auto Body. Rod Leclerc purging the nitrous. Purge the nitrous that way to ensure that there's no air in the lines and the nitrous is right where it needs to be at the jets. And so just getting the air out of the lines by doing that purge. In the other lane, Paul Stretch rolling forward. Both cars pre-staged. Roll forward another 8 inches to the stage beams as they get set. Here comes the tree. And Rod Leclerc gets there with a 6. 6.82. 6.82. 203 miles an hour and 7.32 at 189 miles an hour for Paul Stretch. So Rod Leclerc bumps into the number 2 spot right behind Greg Field. The second 6 of the day. 6:41 and 6:82 are the top 2 runners. As our next pair get ready, Scott Grant. And I would surmise that that is Adam DeYoung in the 67 Camaro. A couple of weeks ago, Adam was in the final against his dad in the 68 and put a whooping on him. He was the winner of that pair, so managed to eke out a victory against his father, and all's well in the DeYoung family. 847 at 159 miles an hour for Adam DeYoung. Scott Grant, 850 at 166, 16 cars, taking the first qualifying session. So just looking on the track, we had 18 Canada West Door Slammers take that first qualifying hit, and I see one more in the water box right now. Well, with so many cars here at Mission this weekend, yes, he kind of got stuck in the staging lanes, so managed to work his way around. So we'll have one more run here. And then don't go anywhere. As a matter of fact, if you're still thinking about heading back to the stands, I would certainly do that, because it looks like the Pro Mods are actually going to be making a run. We were talking about them not making a run until 2 o'clock, but I see them all in the staging lanes. All right, another car got stuck in the staging lanes. Henry Zacharias, yes, in his 53 Vet. So Henry Zacharias is going to be part of this pair as they look to take the qualified field from 18 to 20. So this, I believe, will be the final two Canada West Door Slammer qualifiers here this morning. Both cars staged and set. Right down the groove, Henry Zacharias Darius runs a 765, 174 miles an hour, 831 in the other lane, 163. So it looks like our top runners so far: Greg Field, 641, Rod Leclerc, 682, Derek Shirk, 716, Paul Stretch, 732, Tom Katnick, 763, and it's going to be a strong field. I don't know whether all of them have made it. I didn't see a run, obviously, from John DeYoung and a few others, so it might be a few holding their cards a little bit. Maybe run in one of the other two qualifying sessions. So here we go. It's going to be some Pro Mod action. It's going to be to the 8th mile, not the full quarter mile, 8th mile for the Pro Mods. And we start with Steve Horn from Burnaby, sponsored by JS Power Sports. The 41 Willies of Steve Horn. Here he goes. So Steve Horn having quite a garage full of race cars. He was running a 41 Willies for the past few years, sold that one, brought this one out, which is even swoopier than the previous 41 Willies he had. Also has a couple of dragsters, ran one of the dragsters into the beach, went home, brought one of the other dragsters, so no shortage of vehicles to race in the Steve Horn garage. So 41 Willies, not looking too stock, nice and low, lean and mean, 450 cubic inches of power under the hood. Of course, the supercharger increasing the horsepower substantially. He will be rolling in pre-staged and set. Wow. Not able to hook up, and he shuts it off, runs a 486 at 103 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Remember, they're only racing to the 8th mile, so 486 to get to the 8th mile, 103 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Roy Lazick, 54 Studebaker from Kelowna. 500 cubic inches under the hood of that Studebaker. He gets fired up. Sponsored by JS Power Sports and Gen 3 Speed. So burnout complete to heat up the tires, clean up the tires, and also start setting the clutch as they bring him back. A lot of times they will back up in the tracks that they've laid down in the burnout, but that's not always the case anymore, as they may like a portion of the racetrack just the way that it is, and so they'll back it up and line it up in a different portion of the racetrack. Not always easy to tell from an angle, but it'll be the crew that'll be making that decision for Roy Lazick. Go ahead from crew to bring it up, and you can see them motioning him into tracks that they want him to leave in. Gain super hard charge to the 8th mile as it's the go ahead saying it's all yours. Pre-staged, light comes on. And stage ready to go. As a little bit all over the track, getting close to the center line. Manages to shut it off at 445, 146 miles an hour, so a little better pass for Roy. Tom Hedden now from Calgary, a business owner there. Sponsored by Germanic Auto and Bushmaster. It's a 94 Beretta rolling into the water box. 801 cubic inches for power. Long smoky burnout and gets out to about the 330-foot mark. We'll be backing up. So Tom purging the nitrous-assisted 801 cubic inch power plant. Got a note here. Smoke, Fire, Thunder will be Tom's 80th time at Mission Raceway Park. So he has been here a lot. He is like family. Tom Hedden from Calgary, Alberta, where he is a business owner. He's going to roll forward. So Tom rolls forward into the stage beams. Shuts it off. 424, 171 miles an hour. Wow, interesting. Each of the Pro Mod cars has gone quicker and faster than the previous one. So interesting to see who has the setup that works. You can see on the start line that the belt came right off, and so you are immediately incapacitated without a blower belt if you've got a blower on that motor. So you heard it pop, and Chris Murphy not going to be able to make the run, so they'll have to back him out. Shoebox Racing 55 Chevy. they have, there was a period where all sorts of classes were having problems with the belts coming off. Just when you least expect it. They have made great improvements in blower drive belts, but there are still times where you can only ask so much of a blower belt, and it also depends on how long it may have been on or what the car is set up to do. So losing a blower belt, though, that brings an end to that run very, very quickly. So that's unfortunate. They'll go back into the pits, and I'm sure they've got other blower belts. They'll put another one on and come back later in the day to get a run on that Pro Mod. So this weekend we have the opportunity to see some exhibition racing as well. We've got, I believe, 4 exhibition cars on the property. So we're going to see a couple of these exhibition cars make a run. There's one on the tower side, Dan Heber from Saskatoon. Luke Below from North Vancouver with a his replica, the 554 Moonaham and Sharp car that many talk about as being the forerunner of altereds and funny cars, but is sort of in a class all its own. Fired up Luke's car, bring that 34 Ford, the 554 monikered car. Sponsored by Luke's Custom Machine over here, tower side, already sitting in the water box is Dan Heber. Mentioned earlier that the 554 car, heavy on the burnout, was a record setter, trend setter, innovation setter of its day back in the early 60s. It is a car that lives large in the minds of older drag racers. They have fond memories of watching the original make its way down the quarter mile, not always in a straight line, I might add. But here, Luke Below, he's got it replicated, and it looks every bit the original. I think the original is actually sitting in the Don Garlett's Museum, at least if I remember looking at all my snapshots. That's where I saw it, and I believe it was the original. So Don Garlett's has that sitting there, but this replica does just about everything the original did, including not always making straight runs. The other lane, Dan Heber, well, he's taken that dragster to the California Hot Rod Reunion on a few occasions. I've watched that event and heard his name mentioned. He's from Saskatoon, my old stomping grounds. They are set. Starter is saw something with the tree. So we're going to restage the cars, and these are exhibition cars here today for us, just to get a little taste of old school racing, because this is the Langley Loafers old time drags. So we are restaging the cars and get them set to make their run. Well, looks like straight runs. Luke runs a 7.50 at 187 miles an hour. Stan, unfortunately, left a little early before the tree was activated, and so he will not get any time on that. Hey, attention in the pits. We're going to call Street Machine A to the lanes, please. Street Machine A, this is your call. Bring them up to the lanes. Street Machine A. Two more exhibition cars. In the heydays of drag racing, boy, if you went to the Indianapolis race in the mid-'60s, in the gas classes, there were dozens. 1940, 41 Willys. You would see dozens of them. None of them would be even quite as swoopy as this one here. And that doesn't count what Steve Horn did with his. But here's one, AA gas, supercharged. In the other lane, you'd see a lot of Fiats at the racetrack, everywhere. 1949 Fiat Topolino body, one of the most popular altered bodies that along with the 23T and 23T and Fiat, well, they were probably neck and neck in terms of how many there were. So two more exhibition cars making their way down the quarter mile. Both cars pre-staged now, getting set. So the Willys getting a little out of shape, but then correcting it. 7:97 is the time for the Fiat, 176 miles an hour. 7:88 for the Willys Gasser. So once again, we make the call in the staging lanes. Pit areas. Street Machine A, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Street Machine A. Lanes 5 and 6, and that means a standby call for Street Classic. Qualifying session number 2. Standby call for Street Classic, but Street Machine A, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Back into round 2 action with Street Machine B. These are cars that are body styles 1965 to 1972, running 1149 ETs or quicker. Got Dale Posnick and Eric Stone heading down track right now. Mustang of Posnick goes 1042 at 129, and 1044 for Eric Stone. In the other lane, the Malibu. George Hill and Bill Halicki rolling up next. Bill Halicki from Langley in the Ford Ranchero, 427 Ford power. 441 small block Ford in the Mustang. Prince George, George Hill. Hill will get there first. In qualifying, 9:62, 139 miles an hour, 11:07 for the Ranchero, 121 miles an hour. Here comes David Cohen and Mike Probin. Cohen in the flashback, 66 Plymouth. Probin from Vernon in the Nova. Cohen goes 10:17, 128 miles an hour. And Probin goes 11:24 at 117 miles per hour. Kerry Riedlinger and Bob Rickey. Street Machine A, you should be rolling into 5 and 6. Street Machine A, you should be in 5 and 6. So the Plymouth goes 11:03 at 121 miles an hour, 11:50 for Riedlinger, 119 miles an hour. Brings up Don Almas from Enderby and the 69 Dart. And Brian Heffel from Abbotsford in the 71 Vega. This is Street Machine B. 11:49 or quicker, and they are heading down track to see what this second run is going to do for them. Almas goes 989, 134 miles an hour, and Heffel in that little Vega goes 10 flat, 136 miles per hour. As Glenn Fillingham brings the lone AMC on the property to the line. I think the most we've ever had American Motors products was 3. Well, today there's only 1 that I can count. Kevin Clark is in the other lane driving the Nova. Filling with AMC power under the hood. So with 10:29, 128 miles an hour, and 11 flat for Clark, 122 miles an hour. Here comes Jordan Almas now, and Chris Moretto. Chris from Powell River and Jordan from Enderby. 71 Vega wagon and a 69 Dart. Attention in the pits, Street Rod. We're now calling Street Rod to the lanes, please. Street Rod, bring him up. This is your call in the pits. Street Rod, bring him up for your second qualifying session. That was Street Rod. So I made a mistake when I called cars to the lanes there. I was calling Street Rod. That's a mistake. You're on standby, Street Rod. Street Classic, however. Street Classic, we need you to the lanes. Street Classic, please come to the lanes. Fill them up. We've got Street Machine A just hitting the track, but Street Classic, we need you to the lanes right now. And Street Rod, you're on standby. So once again, welcome everybody to the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. Great to see everybody out in full force on this Saturday. It's a whopping 30 degrees out there, so make sure that you've got some water with you. Stay hydrated. Glad to see the umbrellas. When I was down in Seattle yesterday for qualifying at the NHRA Flavor Pack Nationals, and they wouldn't let you bring umbrellas into the track. Apparently a new rule that umbrellas are not allowed for whatever reason. My daughter was not pleased about that, but she did manage to retrieve her umbrella after the program. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, we need all cashback runners for the next round. We need you at the rear of staging to be laddered up. All you cashback runners, get to the rear of staging to be laddered up, as we are still in Street Machine B as Ross Walker and Sean Cassidy head down track. Sean off the pace, Walker goes 10:23 at 129. And Sean gets there with a 15:75, 109 miles an hour. So Langley runner finding something maybe just a little off the pace on that 65 GTO. Hard to tell. Susan Frigere from Edmonton, APS Landscaping, sponsoring that 68 Blue Firebird. The Silver Dart, Scott Ukranitz. From Delta. Scott runs a 10:59, 127 miles an hour, 11:03 for Susan, 131 miles per hour for Firebird. Part of the task for all of the folks on the start line is to look for things that drivers perhaps didn't see. In that case, we saw the door was open for the dart. Do a quick adjustment. But sometimes the window's open, especially on a hot day like this. You might have the window open and even forget about it. Keep in mind, you're all suited up inside those cars and it gets hot. So Lordco lane 10:07, 131 miles an hour, and the other lane 10:90 with 95 miles per hour. Here's Kevin Garlick now and John McCartney. No relation. Well, none that I can tell anyway. 67 Falcon with a Boss 391 under the hood. Camaro. 632 Merlin. So hard to describe the color of that Camaro. I'd say brown, black, and some hue in between. Kevin Garlick from Victoria. Got the big tires, got the wheelie bars, and running in Street Machine B. Kevin's going to get to the stripe first. Runs 9:23. Fast car, 144 miles an hour. 11:08 and 120 miles an hour for John McCartney. Stu Funk now and Brett Halicki. Brett's driving the 71 Pinto on the spectator side. Tower side, Stu's in the 70 Chevy. As we work our way through the Street Machine B field. Wow, great reaction time for Stu. You can see on the reader board 001 reaction time. It looks like Brett gets there first with a 11:02, 115 miles an hour. Stu goes 11:39 at 119 miles an hour. But yeah, 001 reaction time. Perfect reaction time, by the way, is Trip Zip 000, sometimes called a bag of donuts. And I have not seen one of those yet today, but 001, that's about as close as you can get to being perfect without being perfect. So congratulations to Stu Funk on getting that close, eh? So one car left in the category as we finish off second round of Street Machine B, and that's John Nielsen from Tsawwassen in his Pontiac. At the stripe, 11:82 with a 3, 114 miles an hour for John Nielsen. And that will take care of that. We'll do a quick, just a few seconds touch up on the start line before we have another licensing pass from the pickup. I know what some of you are saying. I don't know if all of you had to watch the Cars movie, but the front end of that pickup, it does resemble Tomato, doesn't it? So on a licensing pass, 1072 at 95 miles an hour, and that brings us into second round of qualifying for Street Machine A. Street Machine A, we've got the 3 Street Machine categories, 1150 and slower, 1149 and quicker, and then Street Machine A, which works on a Pro Tree, and all electronics are allowed. So this is the quickest of the 3 categories. As Ted Bus is in, and they are off. Charles Sidden and Ted Bus making their way down track now. Lights up for Ted Bus. Let's see, it's a 916 with a 5, 143 miles an hour. Sidden goes 985 at 136 miles an hour. Here's Brendan Rouse and Jerry Epp now. It's a classic, Mustang versus Camaro. Catch 22 is the Camaro from Delta, and Jerry Epp's Mustang from Abbotsford. throttle stop come into play for the Mustang. Takes power out, comes back in at his designated point, and charges hard at the top end. Runs at 10.96, 151 miles an hour. The Camaro goes 10.46, 127 miles an hour. So Dan Parsons getting set alongside Warren Jacobson here. Quality Racing Duster. Duster that says it has 451 cubic inches of Chevy power. Wow, that's kind of interesting. And 454 cubic inches under the hood of the Chevy 2 of Warren Jacobson. Stop action as the car leaves hard, and then the throttle is closed a bit and then opened up to ensure that it reaches the finish line at the assigned time. The time assigned by the driver, 10.98.6, 135 miles an hour for Warren Jacobson. Parsons having second thoughts about leaving on that run. Not sure if there's a problem for the car. But in any case, he is going to restage and make it happen. A little dry hop to clean the tire. Parsons goes 10.91. 10.91 at 129 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. A couple of drivers need to be in the lanes for cashback. That is Dobson and Jeffries. We need you in the lanes. Round 2 of cashback. Dobson and Jeffries. We have not seen Will Friesen out very often this year. He is in the Warbird 57 Thunderbird. Runs at 10.77, 103 miles an hour. In the other lanes, Cal Barnes. 10.08, 133, as we are now in the Street Classic category. Colin Moore rolling forward in his 63 Fairlane alongside Scott Winterbottom's 63 Chevy 2. This was what racing looked like back in 63, although I think the Fairlane is probably a little closer to looking authentic than is the Chevy 2. Torquing up the front wheel, Scott Winterbottom charges down the quarter mile in the Lordco lane, runs a 9.39 at 139 miles an hour. Colin Moore, somewhat slower, 14.43 at 95 miles an hour. Maurice Blendheim and Bob Baxter now. Baxter in the 55 Chevy pickup. Pickup is going to stop the clocks first. Runs at 10.38, 131 miles an hour. Maurice goes 14.51 at 91 miles an hour. Pete Legg and Stephen Brown. Both cars were staged. Starter is saying, let's move them back. Let's sort something out before we send the next pair down. Attention in the pits, Street Rod. We're calling you to lanes 3 and 4. Street Rod, we want you in lanes 3 and 4. Bring them up for your second qualifying hit. Nostalgia Gas, you're on standby. Nostalgia Gas on standby, but Street Rod, bring them up as Pete Legg heads down track in his 56 Chevy. Off the gas, coasting through with a 1386, 61 miles an hour. As the start line crew saw a little bit of something on the racetrack, they cleaned that out. Street Classic continues. In the Street Classic category, all classes qualify in A, and then we're going to ladder the top 8 into A, and the rest will go into B. So the top 8 in this class will end up running against the top. Well, the top 8 will run the top 8. The rest will run in the B series. Said the semi-professional announcer. Tim Cordner, John Konowalchuk, John from Delta, and Tim from Victoria. That Studebaker truck the Freak Child. I don't know if that has anything to do with how it handles, but it's certainly going straight down the groove today. 1041, 127 miles an hour, and 1249 in the other lane for the Ford, 107 miles an hour. Vic Senra bringing his pickup, the F100, to the line now. Terry Charles with the 56 Chevy. So Vic turns on the red light, but again, qualifying that is permissible. 1052. 1052 at 126 miles an hour for the pickup, and 1023 for the 56 Chevy at 127 miles an hour. Jerry Brabander and John Anson. John driving the 53 GMC. Jerry driving the 32 Chevy 2. That was a typo on the information. 63 Chevy 2. So Brabander goes 1066.5 and 1258 in the other lane. Street Classic. Greg Wessling runs a 13:15. 13:15. And in the other lane, Wendy runs 13:15. Spectator side, Daryl Stobie wheels up, heads on track. Abbotsford Contractor. Alongside Alex Stobie. Alex is the son. 1396. Son could be daughter. Don't know. Here comes Doug Yazidvaski from Surrey in 64 Mercury. And Terry Hookson in the 57 VW. Seems like those wheelie bars should be a little bit meatier because that Volkswagen wants to lift the front wheels high and bend those bars. But what do I know? I'm just watching. 11:38, 102 miles an hour for Hookson, and 12:98 for Doug in the pickup. Al Learmouth and Earl James. Learmouth from Kelowna, 62 Nova Wagon. James driving the blue Henry J. Car that was sort of popular for a few moments in the 60s. Saw a whole bunch of them and then they all went away. I think as other bodies were adopted. In any case, Earl James brought out the Henry J here. Matter of fact, he says he bought this vehicle in 67 and he was in grade 10. Paid $45 in 1967. So still has it, still is racing it, and he runs a 14:01, 98 miles an hour. Al goes 13:24. And here comes Ray Bollinger in his testandtune.com 63 Pontiac. 355 cubic inch small block Chevy. Good load of that Pontiac. The other lane, Paul Carr with a very, very nice 63 Comet. If you have a chance in the pits, make sure you stop by his pit area. Take a look at that car. Paul runs 11:23 at 121 and 10:66 for the Pontiac in the other lane. Here's Ralph Ehlers now from Mission. Car that runs in the super shifter category. You could hear him shifting, heading down track. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Nostalgia Gas. We need Nostalgia Gas. Lanes 1 and 2. Nostalgia Gas. Bring them up to 1 and 2. And Outlaw N, you're on standby. Nostalgia Gas, though, bring them up 1 and 2. Outlaw N on standby. So Ehlers runs 13:77 with an 8, 101 miles an hour. As Roland Lowen from Aldergrove brings up the 55 Meteor. Well, there's cars that you don't see very often at the drag strip, and then there's this 55 Mercury Meteor. I think that's the only one I've ever seen. And for all I know, it might be the only one. Although there's a lot of drag strips and a lot of drag races. Roland runs 1347, 101 miles an hour. Hey, remember that Cash Bash thing I was going on and on and on about? Well, here's round 2 of the Cash Bash. These guys are still in competition here today. They all bought into the program, and they are racing their way down to a final. Split the cash. Over on the spectator side, the Rad Torque sponsored CUDA of Jim Benke. And Dennis Winton over here in the wagon that he calls Shaggy. 66 Bel Air. Jim's from Mission in the CUDA. Wagon's from Abbotsford. Handicap start went to Dennis Winton, and Jim went red trying to catch him. So Winlight is going to Dennis Winton, who goes 11.97. Benke, who just pushed it a little too hard, went 0.22 red. So Winton advancing into the next round of Cash Bash as Eric Hansen and Ryan Johnston get set to do battle. This is eliminations. Eric's from North Van. He's driving the 68 Plymouth. Here, Tower Side, the vet from East St. Paul, Manitoba. No red lights to contend with on this pair. It will be a win light for Ryan Johnston. Goes 9:02, 140 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Martin Dykstra and Chris Stone. So Dykstra's in the 27 4T Roadster. MCD Racing out of Hope. Dialed in at 9:54. And Chris Stone from Mission in the Dodge Dart. So Stone gets the handicap here. A couple of real good reaction times. At the stripe, 10:18 is the win for Chris Stone. He had the slightly better reaction time, 0:13 against an 0:19. So 10:18 at 124 miles an hour. Good. Chris Stone moving on to the next round. Russell Jeffrey and Drayden Foxcroft now. El Camino versus Nova. Handicap start going to the El Camino. Now then at 12:70. 9:38 is the dial in for Russell. Will he get around the El Camino at the top end without breaking out? No, he does not. Drayden Foxcroft goes 13:25, 97 miles an hour for the win because Jeffrey did go under his dial. It ran a 9:35.9 on a 9:38, so too quick. James Dobson now and Mal Peterson. function Acadian. He goes red. James Dobson picks up the win, goes 10.74 with a perfect reaction time. First one I've seen today. Trip zip 0.00, and that means James Dobson gets a mug. 125 miles an hour. Perfect reaction time to advance into the next round for James Dobson, sponsored by Ron's Auto Service. So that is going to do it for the Cash Bash round 2. We have got one runner in Street Machine C that was not able to be in the group, and so we're going to run him right now. Next category on the line is going to be Street Rod. Street Rod A, body styles up to 1948, quick 8 in qualifying, and then Street Rod B will be all the remaining cars. A and B are called together, and the electronics are not allowed in the Street Rod category. Attention in the pit. Any cars making licensing passes? We need you in lane 6, please. All licensing cars, we need you in lane number 6.
So street rod action here for Langley Loafers BC Old Time Drags, kicking off with James Winter coming up to the line out of Alder Grove in his 1932 Ford. Getting ready to flicker on that bottom bulb as, of course, James, longtime competitor out here at Mission Raceway Park, and almost rolled through the beams, just caught it, but off-pace run here from James Winters as he will idle his way down the racetrack, and looks like maybe just a tiny bit of fluid there in the starting line. A 14.20 with a 6 to the 1,000-foot mark, 17.185 at 76 miles an hour. So definitely off song there from James Winter. Zach Joyce, currently the quickest qualified car in the street rod category with the 7.95 with a 5. So looks like a little bit of cleanup work here to do on the starting line, and they'll give the track a quick once over there as James Winter again having some problems in his little 32 Ford pickup. So a little bit of cleanup work to do again here on the starting line on what is a very hot day. Of course, the track temp we heard earlier at around 114 degrees Fahrenheit. It has noticeably climbed since then. So looks like the cleanup work being complete down there in the starting line. TCS lane, the Wright's Custom Fabrication, 1937 Chevy. Far side of the racetrack, Kelly Robinson from Stony Plain, Alberta, 1934 Ford. Robinson, strong runner, always makes the trek from one province over to compete here at the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. Top end of the racetrack, how about a 968 with a 3, 138 miles an hour. And the Wright's Custom Fabrication machine, a 1286 with an 8, 106 miles an hour on the TCS side of the racetrack. Tower side, Chris Cook, his 1947 pickup, and another one of the roadsters over there in the far side of the racetrack, strong runner. No driver info on the car in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Of course, quite a few of these vehicles only competing here at the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. How about no 25 light Lordco Auto Parts lane, solid run. 10:31 in his first qualifying run of the day, 10:42 with his 7 here at 129 miles an hour in Lordco Auto Parts side. Chris Cook, a 12 rather, 63 with an 8, unable to improve on his earlier best run of a 1250 with an 8. On the TCS side of the racetrack, Robin Redding, another Mission Raceway Park regular, the Junkyard Dog, 1927 Model T in the Tower side of the racetrack, up against Cecilia Goslin from 70 Mile House in her 1931 Model A, the Vicky, over Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Both drivers on their way down the racetrack here at the Titanium Auto Group Strip at Mission Raceway Park. 12:45 with a 0, Robin Redding. We'll get to the stripe first. Cecilia Goslin, a 15:46 with an 8. Rob Monroe, TCS lane, the White Knuckle Racing, 1931 Model A, the supercharged machine, 414 cubic inches of supercharged power plant for Rob Monroe, up against Frank Egley out of Salmon Arm in his 1936 Chevy with the 350 small block Chevy. Monroe's been deep into the 8s with this machine in the TCS side of the racetrack, and Frank Egley, last driver, waiting on him to flicker on that bottom bulb. .022 red for Egley, .070 light for Monroe, and at the top end of the racetrack, a 908 with a 9, 145 miles an hour for Rob Monroe, at 1294 with a 0. Monroe's earlier run, an 898 with a 1, so interesting to see the times backing up here as, again, the track temps starting to skyrocket here in the heat of the day compared to the, well, I wouldn't say completely cooler conditions that we had this morning, but still noticeably a little bit less in the track temp side of things. All right, so attention to Terry Charles and Neil Smith. Again, Terry Charles and Neil Smith, you've won some of the door prizes for the Langley Loafers. You can go over to their tent to claim your door prizes. Again, Terry Charles and Neil Smith. Zach Joyce backing up from the burnout, the 1948 Austin, with the big rear wing on the back to add some downforce. Of course, way swoopier than it would have probably looked, and way bigger tire. 512 cubic inches of Mopar power. Jerry Barron, tower side of the racetrack from Langley. Zach Joyce a little bit out of the groove, and the Austin wisely shuts her off and almost taking out the cones at the 8th mile mark. Zach Joyce, 984. at 88 miles an hour. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call to the lanes. Ken Wright from Torrington, Alberta, is 1928 Model A. Ken struggling on his first pass of the day with some excessive wheel spin all the way down the quarter mile, and we'll line up here in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. The supercharged carbureted setup for Ken Wright with his 355 cubic inches of power plant. I would say poking out of the hood, but Ken does not have a hood on the Model A. A little bit less of an aggressive launch for Ken, and so far no wheel spin as he'll leg it down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Reaction time, nothing quite to brag about, but at the top end of the racetrack, 12:69 with a 7. 105 miles an hour, almost a 1 second improvement from his first run of the day. So Ken Wright will, I believe, be the last car in Street Rod before we head off into Nostalgia Gas. So again, Nostalgia Gas, the next category up here for the Langley Loafers BC Old Time Drags, getting ready to roll underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge in just a few moments. So, of course, Nostalgia Gas, harkening back to the gasser days of the early to mid 1960s, the straight axle shootout, as it was formerly called, before switching to the Nostalgia Gas category. You'll have everything from cars from the 40s up until the early 60s. Predominantly with the straight axle setup, the front end's high in the air as the first pair rolls into the water box. Ken getting ready for this first pair here. Steve Chase, far side of the racetrack, Lordco Auto Parts lane. Chase is supercharged 65 Mercury pickup, tower side. Mark Belland from Parkland County, Alberta, in his 55 Chevy. Steve, one of the guys that helps organize the Nostalgia Gas category here at the Langley Loafers BC Old Time Drags. Is Steve bumping on that bottom bulb, so they'll back him out as he double bulb Belland here in qualifying. That is not allowed in the Nostalgia Gas category, so looks like there might be some fluid also leaking out from underneath of Steve Chase's machine, as they'll take a quick once-over of that. Looks like Steve will get backed up behind the water box, and Mark Belland will be on the single in the 55. Wheels up launch for Mark Belland, getting almost out of the groove, manages to steer it back into the center of the TCS lane, top end of the racetrack. 10-12 with a 9, 134 miles an hour, and using up all of the real estate in the TCS lane as your next pair rolls into the water box. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Non-Electronics. Outlaw Non-Electronics, we need you guys in the staging lanes. And Outlaw Electronic, you guys are on standby. Pat McInnes in the TCS lane, heading on a single run in the El Chupacabra 64 Dodge wagon. The altered wheelbase setup, the precursor to what we now know as the funny car class. And Pat McInnes runs a 1073 with a 4, 122 miles an hour, as Terry Denomi from Nanaimo, BC, in his 1957 Ford wagon will be on a single run as well. Terry, the publisher of Canadian Hot Rods Magazine, making his first quarter-mile runs in this car since around 2017, I believe, last time that Terry was here at Mission Raceway Park. 11:23 with an 118 miles an hour for Terry Denomi. And the 57 Ford, as next will come David Siddon, tower side of the racetrack, the 1949 Plymouth, up against Phil Stewart from Blind Bay, BC, and the Flying Scotsman, 51 Henry J. And of course, if you're ever to see a Henry J here at Mission Raceway Park, the BC Old Time Drags, the perfect weekend to see them. I think we have about 3 of them on the property. Both drivers staged. Stewart almost rolls through the beams, flickered off that top ball. We'll see what the Flying Scotsman Henry J can do at the top end of the racetrack. He's going to get there first with a 10:31, 112 miles an hour. David Siddon in the Plymouth, a 12:61 with a 3, 105 miles an hour. As Wayne Lamontagne from Chemainus in the 65 Plymouth, the altered wheelbase machine, of course, right around 63, 64, the altered wheelbase cars came into popularity. Drivers like Dick Landy, the Melrose Missile, those type of cars, and Wayne's machine replicating the days of the AFX cars in match racing competition. The Acme Racing 65 Plymouth got Wile E. Coyote riding on both doors up against the 55 Chevy in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Both drivers kind of creeping through the beams, and the 55 Chevy will draw a red light top end of the racetrack. We'll see what Wayne Lamontagne can do. An 11:74 with a 6, 113 miles an hour for the altered wheelbase Plymouth, the 55 Chevy. 15:16 with a 2, 108 miles an hour. Outlaw Non-Electronics. Once again, we need you guys to the lanes. Outlaw Non-Electronics to the lanes. Rick Rice in the TCS lane from Kamloops in the Obsession 51 Prefect up against the 56 Chevy of Jody Wilson. Wilson gets to the line first, 10:76 with a 5, 123 miles an hour. Rick Rice in 11:28 with a 2, 117 miles an hour in the TCS lane. TCS side of the racetrack for the next pair out of Savannah, the 56 Chevy for Norm Fleenor, and far side of the racetrack from Surrey in the Anthony Brothers 38 Special, Ron Anthony behind the wheel. So Norm Fleener to the top end first, but red light, that of course not mattering in qualifying. 12:34 with a 0, 109 miles an hour. Ron Anthony getting to the top end of the 38 Chev, no problems. As up next will come Dave Stobie from Kamloops. Stobie's 56 Corvette that he's had since the 1960s. Ran this car at the original Mission Raceway. And how about an 083 reaction time? 11:16 with a 3, 117 miles an hour for Dave Stobie, who usually competes in super street competition. So Dave Stobie will wrap up Nostalgia Gas qualifying round at number 2. Looks like a little bit of track prep as the tractors will go to work scraping both sides of the racetrack, and we'll get underway with the next categories here for the BC Langley Loafers Old Time Drags at Mission Raceway Park. Attention to the pits, Canada West Door Slammers. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Of course, Canada West Door Slammers like to thank their sponsors for this weekend, TCS Transmission Products, as well as the Travelland RV Group. TCS Performance Transmission Products is a locally owned and operated business located in Langley, BC. As the leading manufacturer of performance and extreme automatic transmission parts and torque converters for over 50 years, their first priority continues to deliver the best possible products to their customers. And Travelland RV Group with locations in Langley, Kelowna, and Airdrie. That's Travelland RV and TCS, the sponsors for the Canada West Door Slammers this weekend for the Langley Loafers BC Old Time Drags. While we do have a second here for track prep, make sure to check out some of the great vendors on hand in the pits here for this weekend at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, the half-track Snack Shack also opened, as well as the Pro Shop, and I know you'll be glad to hear that the Pro Shop does have air conditioning, so make sure to check out the Mission Raceway Park Pro Shop, as well as the Langley Loafers tent. Also saw that the SoCal Speed Shop gang set up down there in the Midway, the Badass Garage also with their tent open, so plenty to check out in the pits, as well as on the TCS side of the racetrack, the car show going on the entire length of the racetrack. Plenty of cool rides, not in actual drag racing competition, again, to check out along the fence, the TCS lane here on the pit side of the racetrack. And of course, if you got that brown wristband when you came in as a spectator, you're more than welcome to make your way across the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge and check out all the cars in competition this weekend here at Mission Raceway Park, as well as some of the car show cars that we mentioned, again, lined up the entire length of the Titanium Auto Group strip here at Mission Raceway Park. And a big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group. You can head to the titaniumautogroup.ca for more information. The presenting sponsor of the drag strip here at Mission Raceway Park. course, the Mopac Street Legals coming up. Friday night Street Legals on August 5th and 12th, giving you the chance to run your own vehicles down the strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Then on August 18th through the 21st, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder jet car action returning to Mission Raceway Park. More announcements on some of the featured cars that will be running during that event. One of, if not the biggest race weekends here at Mission Raceway Park any season. Again, that's coming up in just a few weeks for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So make sure you come on out for that one. Always a great night here at MRP. And again, track prep just wrapping up, or a few minutes away from wrapping up before we get on with the next categories here for the BC Old Time Drags here at Mission Raceway Park. Back again for the first time since 2019, and it is great to have the Loafers back here. Of course, saw a taste of what's to come with the Langley Loafers Pro Mod Invitational. I believe 6 Pro Mods on the property. You're going to be making some passes a little bit later on in the afternoon. Already saw some test hits from some of the competitors, so a lot to look forward to coming up here on the first official day of competition here for the Old Time Drags. Of course, test and tune action here yesterday throughout the day as well. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Electronics. Outlaw Electronics. We need you guys to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw Electronics to lanes 1 and 2. And once again, attention in the pits. Stand by for all Cash Bash competitors. Stand by for all remaining Cash Bash competitors still in eliminations. Tension in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers competitors, you can use lanes 3 and 4 as your overflow lanes. Again, Canada West Door Slammers, you can use lanes 3 and 4 as your overflow lanes. First pair in Outlaw non-electronics. Heading out of the water box, Burt Worrell in the Lordco Auto Parts lane is 1967 Nova out of Langley. Up against a high revving Camaro in the TCS lane. Kind of creeping through the beams, but still will get a time. Looks like 008 or 068 red and an 807 172 miles an hour for the Camaro. Burt Worrell and 924 with an 144 miles an hour in the 67 Nova. Graham Edney from Abbotsford, far side of the racetrack in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the GNE Enterprises 1929 Ford. And Graham has it noted down here that the car is for sale. Up against Tom Stockhausen from Ladysmith in his 1966 Acadian, making the tow over from Vancouver Island. Tom usually running in the super gas category, flickering on that top bulb. Graham Edney waiting for him to bring the Model A in. 098 red for Stockhausen, top end of the racetrack. Stockhausen will get to the stripe first with a 959 with a 0, 140 miles an hour. Graham Edney a 950 with a 2, 144 miles an hour for the 1929 Ford. Next pair in the water box, Andy Annell from Loch Lahash, BC, in the 65 Ford F100 up against Keith Winterbottom, the Rags to Riches Top Shop 66 Nova. Looks like a little bit of cleanup work going on down there in the starting line before we roll on in with the next pair here at Outlaw Non-Electronic. So Andy Ansel, again, the F100 pickup with the big block Chevy power plant. The TCS side of the racetrack, rather than Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Keith Winterbottom burning out that 66 Nova. Winterbottom, regular runner with the Canada West Door Slammer, or rather the BC Super Shifters. Of course, a long-time group that runs here at Mission Raceway Park. Up against Andy Antle. And Andy has been getting quite a few runs in here at Mission Raceway Park over the last few events. 0.24 light for Andy Antle in the pickup truck, top end of the racetrack, 9 flat with a 6 for Antle, 147 miles an hour, but Keith Winterbottom will get to the stripe first with an 865 with a 4. Lauren Dufour out of Langley in the TCS lane, backing up from the burnout in the 1923 T-Bucket. Up against Blair Criddle from North Delta, the Precision Performance 1927 Ford. It's being told now that the track temp 130 degrees Fahrenheit. That is 54 degrees Celsius as these drivers try and make their way down the track, and it is greasy for all of these competitors. How about a 001 light for Lauren Dufour, 1 thou away from being perfect, an 889 with a 0, 139 miles an hour for the driver out of Langley. Blair Criddle, 932 with a 6, 144 miles an hour for the 27T in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. All right, rolling on in now to Outlaw Electronic. Looks like one and only competitor so far in Outlaw Electronic. Marnette Rose, the Rosebud 62 Acadian from Alberta. Marnette having some problems on his first run of the day here and try to get a time on the board. And the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, the Ron Hodgson-sponsored machine. Wheels up launch for Marnette Rose, 030 light in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, and he will get to the top end with a 998 with a 3, 132 miles an hour for Marnette Rose in the Rosebud 62 Acadian. So looks like we got a licensing pass coming up next for the Flatliner Ford Maverick over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, the supercharged machine that was in competition a few weeks ago, actually last week, for the TNT Motorsports West Coast Classic. So a handful of drivers, again, still trying to get their NHRA Advanced CT license. And again, the driver of the Flatliner Ford Maverick will be one of those hoping to make a solid pass down Lordco Auto Parts lane to try and get signed off on that NHRA license. Straight and true down the track. Looks like an 8th mile shutoff for the Maverick. 961 with a 100 miles an hour. The Camaro and the Lordco Auto Parts side will also be a licensing pass here, as looks like, I believe, Canada West Door Slammers up next after these licensing runs have been completed. So the Camaro early shut off coasts its way down the track to a 14:52 with a 7. Looks like we're going to sneak in one more Outlaw electronic competitor before we roll on into Canada West Door Slammers. Stan Heber, also one of the exhibition class runners out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, coming from the prairies in this front engine dragster. All right, attention the pits, Pro Mods and Exhibition. We need you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mods and Exhibition to lanes 5 and 6. So Stan Heber backing up from the burnout in the front engine dragster. Pits, stand by Street Machine C, and we'll hand things back over to Jerry. Take her away.
You know, I threw you into the deep end of the mic, Cole, without even introducing you. I walked out of the tower and I thought, wait a second, who is that guy announcing? I didn't even announce him, who he was. Cole, thanks very much. I always appreciate your time at the microphone and all the thoughts that you share. And if you're ever thinking about leaving the island and moving a little closer to Mission, let us know. Stan Heber taking his little front engine dragster through with a 784, 171 miles per hour. Stan doing some exhibition passes here. It is amazing from because this is the Langley Loafers, a nostalgic standpoint. That was what top fuel cars were running when I first started going to the races in '68. There was a guy in Saskatoon by the name of Ken Ox, and he was the local top fuel racer. I always remember my brother and I were always anxious for him to get into the 6s. He was running in the low 7s and everything else. So it's amazing when you take stock of how far the sport has come. Now when you have door cars that are running in the 6s, it is absolutely mind-boggling. Hey, we were down. I managed to take the family down to see the qualifying in Seattle yesterday. The NHRA crew are all in for the Flavor Pack Nationals in Seattle, and so we packed the whole family into the car and drove down to watch the first round of qualifying. The track temperature there was 140 degrees. So track temperature is super hot today. Here, right now, our track temperature is about 128. At least that's what Siri told me. So 128 degrees in Fahrenheit. It is, let's just say, for lack of a better word, stinking hot. It is really hot. And we really appreciate all of you folks sharing your day with us here. Hopefully you've got some liquids with you, some water. Nice to see some umbrellas. That was an unusual thing. We weren't allowed to bring in umbrellas in Seattle. No umbrellas. I guess they wanted us to experience the full measure of the sun's warmth. And as a result of that, a lot of people were heading into the shade. Yeah, I see Canada West door slammers all lined up in the staging lanes. This weekend sponsor, TCS Transmission Products. TCS Transmission Products, locally owned and operated in Langley. They are the leading manufacturer of performance and extreme automatic transmission parts and torque converters. For over 50 years, their first priority continues to be to deliver the best possible products to their customers. TCS takes pride in manufacturing improved products for many racing, off-road, and towing applications. So TCS continues to be the first choice torque converter for many drag racing, performance diesel, towing, and off-road applications. With over 50 years of experience, they have the ability to build you the converter that fits your specific needs or repair and service your existing converter. TCS services all makes and brands of torque converters. So that is your weekend sponsor, TCS Transmission Products. We also want to give a big shout out to Traveland RV. There's never been a better time to sell your RV. Traveland RV is Canada's #1 RV buyer, and they will give you top dollar for your RV with a hassle-free experience. Visit Traveland RV at travelandrv.ca, located in Langley, Kelowna, and Airdrie. So the safety crew is out on track after Stan's run. They saw some misting out of the dragster, and chatter I hear on the radio is that we do have some liquid on the racetrack. You see the heavy-duty trucks rolling, and the scrubber is on its way to the top end, so that means we're going to be down for a little bit. Now, the good thing about this is that there is so much for you to see and do here at Mission Raceway this weekend. So if you want to take a break, this would be a break from the stands, that is. We're not going to have cars down the track for a little while, and I will certainly alert you to when cars will be heading down track. You have the opportunity to head over to the concession stand, head over to the pro shop, wander in the pits. I saw all kinds of tents and all sorts of awnings with merchandise available. The torchmen are here with all sorts of products that you can pick up, posters and shirts and all sorts of gear that way. Man, oh man, I've never seen so much. And all of the sponsors for this weekend's race, I think almost all of them have got a tent out there. Torchman Rod and Custom, BC Scale, Alder Auto Parts, Badass Garage, Lee's Market, Fort Langley, Nitro Lube, Richard Purcell, SoCal Speed Shop, and TCS Products. I mean, there's awnings and tents all along the main walkways. Some of the drivers, racers will have merch available as well. I mentioned the Badass Garage. I walked by their display area, and it is, without question, your one-stop shop for signs and vintage memorabilia. Pretty much everything and anything you need to decorate your man cave or your babe cave or your garage. check out what they've got. They've got neon signs, they got tin signs, wood signs, decals, die cast, new and vintage arcade machines. They got gas pumps at the store, flags, antiques, and even some taxidermy. So if your garage decorating goes in a certain direction, the taxidermy might just be up your alley. They are located on Shuk Road in Mission on Hatzick Island. So check them out. But they're here with a whole bunch of stuff that you will undoubtedly find something for. And here's something. If you've ever wanted like a custom neon sign with your name, you know, like Cole is in the house. We could have a custom neon sign done of that says Cole is in the house. Badass Garage will actually make that for you. No kidding. They will actually make custom neon signs for you. So check those people out. Badass Garage is on the property. I see that they've also got in front of the stage a sprinkler going. So, boy, kids might be wandering around and they just might find themselves wandering into the sprinkler. That's just sort of a natural proclivity that it just happens, right? Mentioned it a couple of times already. They started selling 50-50 tickets for Team on a Mission. That happened at about 2 o'clock. They will be making the draw at 3 o'clock. So Team on a Mission, if you want your double 50-50 tickets, get an arm's length full of 50-50 tickets. They have a stationary selling station next to the Pro Shop and Nitro Lube display. And volunteers will be walking around. Those volunteers will be probably Sylvia, Veronica, and Yvette. I saw Yvette doing that earlier. They will be walking around selling 50-50 tickets, unless you think, well, yeah, but what could I win? I mean, seriously, what could I win? Well, with a crowd somewhat smaller than this, the last race, the 50-50 winner took home $2,100. So might be worth a $5 or $10 or $20 investment to get those 50-50 tickets. So you see the safety crew out at the top end still working on the little bit of a mess that's up at the top end. They're laying down some special absorbent, and then the scrubber will go over that, suck all that up, and use, just because that's what the name is, a scrubber to get rid of the oil or whatever it was that was laid down by the dragster. So it will be cleaned up, and then we'll do a little bit of a scrub on that with the tractors and do a rub with some rubber, and may just have to do a little spray. So, yeah, we're still going to be down for a few minutes. So, by all means, grab yourself a bite to eat, something to drink, some ice cream, whatever it is, and stay cool. Boy, you folks are troopers, sitting in the stands watching the safety crew clean up the track. That is diehard dedication to drag racing. My hat's off to you. Where's my hat? What's over there? So it is hot out there, but we really appreciate you spending your afternoon with us here. Langley Loafers is one of those unique races where, and I've said this enough already, you're going to see so many cars that you will only have the opportunity to see here at this race, because a lot of these racers only come out to races like this or this particular race. This year, we've got the bandstand set up here, and so 8 o'clock tonight, we'll have some rockin' music, and everybody takes a trip back in time. It is going to be a hootenanny of a second order. Not even sure what that is. But anyway, we've got the safety crew still out there doing a little bit of work, and so we've got a few minutes more that we'll have to attend to some action. It's still early in the afternoon. We're roughly 2/3 of the way through the program. We do have a little bit left to run in second qualifying. We're all set for Canada West Door Slammers for their second run. And then we'll get cars heading down track for the third qualifier and close out the day with the third qualifying run for Canada West Door Slammers, and Pro Mod will be making a follow-up run as well. So that's sort of the general layout of the afternoon. And then tomorrow we start off early in the morning with eliminations. So the brutal sport of drag racing. 2 come to the line. 1 move on to the next round, and 1 goes on the trailer. So we start that action 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So hopefully you'll be with us on that as well. So just a few more minutes. See the tractors going out. They'll do quick work putting down some fresh rubber, and then we'll get back into racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mod, we're calling Pro Mod to the lanes. We need you back of staging 5 and 6, right behind the door slammers. Pro Mod, bring them up to lanes 5 and 6. We're just getting the heavy machinery off the top end of the track as it is getting buttoned down. We've got the tractors back in place. Safety crew will be assembling. If you are wandering around, it might be a good time to head back into direct your seats to your seats in the bleachers, that is. And we will be getting second round of qualifying underway with Canada West door slammers. So fast cars, quick cars coming up. So you might want to head back to the bleachers as promptly as possible. Trucks are off the top end. Motorcycle safety just making the last minute observations, and we're going to be set to go here right away. So we've called Pro Mod to the lanes to fall in right behind Canada West door slammers. I see some cars in the staging lanes that have not yet made a run today, and so I think that we're going to have a pretty electrifying round. The track temperature last time I heard was in Fahrenheit, 128 degrees. That's the surface temperature of the track, and so it is paramount that all drivers and crew really work to get their cars set up to take that into consideration. So attention in the pits, Dan Heber. We need you to check with Bill Wells about where we're going to slot you into the program. Stan Heber, we need you in the staging lanes to talk to Bill Wells. All right, cars fired up, and we are set to go here with the second qualifying round for Canada West Door Slammers. And it looks like it's going to be John's son, Adam DeYoung, who will be here tower side in the 67 Camaro, and Brody Shirk in the other lane. 20 cars took a hit earlier in the first session, and so we are looking to add a few more to that. Everybody has to run 870 or better. They are pre-staged. Brody in the Lordco lane. Adam here, tower side. TCS lane. At the stripe, 853 for Brody Shirk, 154 miles an hour. 855 and 158 for Adam. So currently, Adam in the number 14 slot, Brody in number 15 slot. That brings up Brian Ritchie. Still waiting for information on the tower side. Ritchie goes 808, 170 miles an hour, 844 to 162 for the car in the TCS lane. Shut off the air. Attention in the pits, Cash Bash competitors. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered up. Cash Bash competitors, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered up. All right, James Kennedy and Derek Shirk heading down track. Derek in the 55 Bel Air runs 724, 191 miles an hour. Popping the chutes, both sides. James Kennedy sits in the number 8 spot. And Derek Shirk in the number 3 spot right now. Greg Field in the number 1 position with a 641. Rod Leclerc number 2 with 682. So far only 2 cars in the 6s. Can expect maybe some of that to change this round, as Paul Debris Jr. brings his Valiant to the line. And his opponent in the other lane were this eliminations, just qualifying. I shouldn't say just qualifying. Qualifying super important for all racers. Sets the field, sets where you will be in the program, who you will race against. Blue Max, both leave. All green, turning on the red light, and he'll get there first. Runs 8:53 at 157 miles an hour. 8:53 at 13:85 for an off the gas run for the Blue Max. So Blake Miller sitting at the starting line in the orange Camaro. Rod Leclerc in the other lane, backing up from the burnout. Both drivers from Victoria. Paradise Homes is the sponsor on Rod Leclerc's 67 Camaro. And 67 Camaro in the other lane as well, sponsored by Searles Auto Repair. 621 cubic inches under the hood of the orange Camaro. 598 big block Chevy under the hood of Rod Leclerc's Camaro. So Rod Leclerc currently in the number 2 spot with a 682.6, 203 miles an hour. Looking to improve on that. Greg Field about 4/10 ahead at 641.9. So Rod Leclerc purging the nitrous, getting all air out of the tubes, getting the nitrous close to the jets, as close as it needs to be, so that when he hits the gas, the nitrous is adding the boost. No delays involved. Meanwhile, Blake Miller sits patiently waiting. Both cars pre-staged now. They roll in, and they are off. Rod Leclerc well out in front. 686, 203 miles an hour against an 879. 686. Not better than his 682, so no improvement there. And Blake Miller will stay in the number 20 spot as Tom Katnick just completes his burnout. Peter Lucanis sitting in the water box. Tom Katnick from Maple Ridge, driving the chrome red Camaro. And Peter Lucanis from Coquitlam in the 63 Vet Transporter Logistics Corvette. Tom currently in the number 5 spot, looking to make it 763. Runs 778. No improvement. Track getting hotter. It is going to be tough to make an improvement. A lot of guys just wanting to get down the track and get more information. There's always going to be the 3rd round of qualifying later in the day. Temperature, well, it's probably going to be still pretty high, so next up, Paul Stretch and John DeYoung. John not able to make a pass earlier. A lot of his crew down in Seattle, and so he's working overtime as well as driving, having to do some maintenance on the car, and so this is his first hit at the track in that 68 Camaro. John on the Lordco side of the racetrack is going to get a 693, 202 miles an hour. Paul Stretch 755 at 189 miles an hour. So John DeYoung slots in the number 3 spot Right behind Greg Field, Rod LeClaire, John DeYoung, and then Derek Shirk, and Paul Stretch goes into the number 5 spot. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All exhibition cars, we need you to the staging lanes. This is your call if you didn't hear the other one. Exhibition cars, come on down to the staging lanes. Now moving up to the start line, up against Devin Jansen. Jansen sits there pre-staged. Grant Howell with his 37 coupe rolling forward. They're both staged and set. Howell having problems grabbing the track at the start line, sort of just not going anywhere, so he gets off the gas while Devin Jansen goes 860. 156 miles an hour. It's a disappointing 13:10 for Grant Howell, so he will stay in the number 8 spot on his 776. And in the meantime, Devin Jansen goes into the number 19 spot so far. Here's Jason Field now and Dale Jansen. Dale, 1966 Acadian Canso. And in the other lane, 71 Nova, called Little Overkill from Mission. That is Jason Field. So Jason's currently in the 13 spot, number 10 spot for Dale Jansen. They are off and running. Straight and true with Jansen going 785 with a 9, 174 miles an hour, 842 time for Jason Field. So Jason in the number 13 spot still. Here comes Scott Grant. 2001 Camaro, 565 cubic inch big block Chevy. Langley is home base for Scott. He's in the number 18 spot. Ran an 850. Remember, this class you have to run 870 or better to compete in eliminations. That could be an 879 even, but an 87 something. So Scott Grant goes 857 safely in the program. Not quicker than his 850. That is going to do it for round number 2 of qualifying for Canada West Door Slammers, presented this weekend by TCS Transmission Products and Traveland RV. TCS Transmission Products, your source for torque converters and transmission parts. TCS takes pride in manufacturing an improved performance product for many racing, off-road, and diesel applications. Check out their website at www.tcproducts.com to see a complete line of billet shafts, drums, and internal components that are designed to excel in all extreme gas or diesel applications. That's our weekend sponsor for the Canada West Door Slammers, TCS Transmission Products, proud sponsors of the pit side lane here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Attention in the pits, Street Machine C. Qualifying session number 3. That's right. Third of 3, Street Machine C. We need you to bring them on down. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bring them on down. This will be a licensing pass. I talked about that earlier in the morning, how all racers, all competitors have to go through a series of runs to gain their NHRA competition license. And it's about 6 runs in total that need to happen under certain conditions. 2 of them have to be strong glass off the start line and then off the gas. And 2 have to be to half track, and then 2 have to be full passes within the time parameters of that class. There we go, just making a short blast down the track for that licensing pass just to see how the car performs. Attention in the pits. We need Cash Bash racers back to the staging lanes, please. Cash Bash racers, we need you back to the staging lanes. Somebody we've seen race here many times, Kerry Stone from Winfield. 68 Camaro sponsored by Cutting Edge Automotive. Under the hood, 540 cubic inch big block Chevy. So Kerry Stone rolling forward in the Pro Mod category is where he's running today. He is bumped into stage and heading towards the center line, gets it gathered up, but it is moving around a lot out there. 434 to the 8th mile. 179 miles an hour, so Kerry Stone actually plunking himself into the number 2 spot right now in the 4-car Pro Mod field so far. But here comes one more, Keith Korecki in his Mustang. K&S Machine sponsored Mustang from Kelowna. Once again, in the pits, we have called Street Machine C to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Street Machine C, bring him up. Keith Korecki making his burnout. Adding to the Pro Mod field. So backing the driver up and making sure that everything is switched on in the car. Crew has taken a look at the wheelie bars, setting the wheelie bars to determine how much they want to plant the tire on the track surface. It's rarely a situation of where the wheelie bar is designed to prevent the car from going into a wheelie, although it can do that. It's more designed as a performance tool to get the car to launch properly off the start line. So Keith now staged. Once again driving around a little bit, getting a little bit out of the groove, but gets a 431, 172 miles an hour. So actually goes into the number 2 spot, currently with Tom Mahedin, who's coming up right now in the number 1 spot. And right behind Tom is Keith Korecki, and then Kerry Stone, Roy Lazick, and Steve Horn. Wade Sostrom not making a run earlier. Here's his run. And it will be alongside Tom Mahedin, the Calgary, Alberta business owner. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder will be Tom's 80th time at Mission Raceway Park, and you want to mark your calendars for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder coming up in August. We'll get the dates for you a little bit later on, but over here, Tower Side, shop owner from Edmonton, Outlaw Racing, 57 Bel Air of Wade Sostrom, 522 cubic inches, the big honking blower sitting out on top. Tom Mahedin, nitrous assisted. Saying to Wade, you got 522 cubic inches? I'll do you one better. I got 801 cubic inches and nitrous. You can keep your blower. So they're racing to the 8th mile. Actually, they're qualifying for the 8th mile. They will be racing tomorrow. Tom currently in the number 1 spot. Wade looking to change the order a little bit. Saying, you know what, I could do with a number 1 spot. Wade getting assistance from a crew member, getting rolled in. Hard to see where that start line is. It's become fashion that crew member will guide you in, easier to see out the window. So he's gone full stage, and here comes Tom now. Pre-stage, and there they go. So Wade Sostrom goes 4:07. Wow, 160 miles an hour against Tom's 427. So Tom's going to stay on his 424.9, but Wade looks to upset things. Slots himself into the number 1 spot with a 4:07, 160 miles an hour. So Wade Sostrom, Tom Mahedin, Keith Korecki, Kerry Stone, Roy Lazick, and Steve Horn. That's how they sit right now. Latest update is the track temperature is 138 degrees. So it's a hot track, and if you see these cars making full pulls all the way, that is a credit to the crew chiefs and the drivers for setting up the car properly and not smoking the tires. They're able to grab hold of the track and make it work. So Steve Horn gets a chance to upset the order here a little bit. Burnaby runner, JS Power Sports, 41 Willys. I don't know if a Willys could get any swoopier than this one. I thought he had a swoopy one when he had the purple and gold car. This one goes one step further. So Steve Horn backing up. He's currently in the number 6 spot. 486 he ran. One run under his belt. Make some tune-up changes, chassis changes, air pressure changes. Let's see what happens here. Is he going to run quicker than 4:07, which is what Wade Sostrom did? Or is he going to run quicker than 4:24, which Tom Mahedin did? Steve Horn ran 4:86. He's got some room to improve. Does he want to go from number 6 to number 1? What's the plan? Here he comes into the stage beams, just rolls right in. Moving around a little bit. Wow, 4:08. So big plans for him. 185 miles an hour in the 8th mile. 4:08. It's not a 4:07, but he gets into the number 2 spot. 4:08. So shuffling the track a lot. Next up, last car. Wow. Getting a little close to the wall there on that burnout, but no harm, no foul. Roy Lazick. He's currently in the number 6 spot right now. He ran a 4:45 rather, at 146 miles per hour. If it's any indication, everybody has been improving. And it's likely that Roy has done a few things to the car, and so I expect that we'll see a quicker run here that'll move him up the field. Nobody wants to be at the bottom, and, well, he's currently 6 out of 6. And we're going to be watching intently as Roy backs up here. Interestingly, there's a few Studebakers on the property. A couple of 54s, one purple one that's along the fence. It's a gorgeous looking 54 Studebaker. JS Power Sports and Gen 3 Speed, sponsors of this Kelowna car. Mere 500 cubic inches under the hood, but then, hey, why do you need a lot more cubic inches when you've got a blower, an injector sitting on top of the thing? All right, crew member motioning him up ever so carefully. Says, hey, it's all on you, buddy. And he rolls right in. Once again, using up all of the track, he runs 4:52, 150 miles an hour. So Roy not able to make an improvement over his 4:45 with a 4. So he'll have one more opportunity later on this afternoon. And we see one more car sitting underneath the bridge, which will bring our total to number 7. So Chris Murphy tried to make a run earlier in the day, and on the burnout, launched the blower belt. Blower belt coming off, and basically when that goes, everything shuts down. So this will be his first run. Wow, that is not as expected. Not done at all what was expected there. Did not turn the tire. So water boxes there to give the big old slicks a little bit of an opportunity for slippage. But whatever it was, he couldn't get the revs up high enough to make that happen. So it's not necessarily the end of the world, but they're going to give him a chance to it another whirl. And here we go. Chris Murphy from Rosedale, BC. Shoebox Racing. It's a 55 Chevy. No, sir. Did not want to go. Stepped on the gas and it shut itself off. So they'll have to push them back and spend some time in the pits sorting that out. So as we clear Chris Murphy from the startup area, they'll go back into the pits, obviously, and take another look at the car, and hopefully they'll be back for round number 3 a little bit later on this afternoon. And that is going to take us into the next round of the Cash Bash. Cash Bash, all the guys and gals paid $20. And it's a race within a race. Start going to James Dobson in the Camaro. Ryan Johnston trying to catch him and does. Runs 9:03 to do that. 146 miles per hour. It was a squeaker at the top end with a margin of victory of 0.02 of a second. Or if you want to get really technical, 26 0.10 of a second. And Ryan Johnston won that one. So he dialed in at 9 and ran 9:03 for the win. Dennis Winton now and Drayden Foxcroft. Shaggy is what he calls the Bel Air, and the El Camino in the other lane leaving first but goes red. The El Camino turning on the red light, so the win light comes on for Dennis Winton. Consistent runner here at Mission. He dialed in at 12 and runs 12:09. 109 miles per hour. So there we go. Is that will be one more step in setting up the final rounds here. Chris Stone, odd number of cars. So Chris gets the bye run. It's a Dodge Dart, of course, sponsored by Willowbrook Motors, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Titanium Auto Group, and BG Fuel Products. So Chris Stone, bye run. 10:17 is on the window. How close will he get to the shoe polish? I say that, of course, because it is shoe polish that they use on the window. Secondary purpose, of course, 10:18. He runs 10:17 as a dial and goes 10:18, so close on the money there. 130 miles an hour for Chris Stone. Now we go into the exhibition cars. got to love that little 48 Fiat Topolino. That Fiat was one of the most popular bodies in the 60s when it came to fuel altereds. You had people like Danny Sullivan and Shushmat Sabera, the Mondellos, they ran one. And of course, even going back further, you had McCluns, they were running Fiats. And you can go back to the earliest days of drag racing, and Fiats will have been around, partially because there were a lot of them. They were easy to get to, they were cheap, and they were small. So you could put them on your own custom frame, and it looked exotic. It was a body, and you could make a name for yourself. So you saw all kinds. This one is a little bit more modern with the sides in and everything else, trying to get a little bit more aerodynamic, as it probably goes faster than a lot of those other altereds did. And we've got Stan Heber from Saskatoon in the dragster. Over here in the tower side, it is Nitro Bob, Bellingham, Washington. Rude's Auto Repair that is in the Fiat. Altered having trouble catching the track, but does manage to hook up a little bit later. But it is the dragster, as is typical, that drives around him at the top end. 793, 168 miles an hour. Altered not getting a time for whatever reason. So the dragster's very famous for the top end charge, having a lot of power at the top end, and it's very hard to stay out in front of a dragster that is moving up on you so fast. These exhibition cars are here this weekend basically as this is how it was in drag racing so many years ago. The Langley Loafers race, of course, designed for all racing body styles pre-1972, but there were a lot of different types of cars, different categories that used to race on a regular basis that we no longer see. And so great opportunity this weekend to see some of those types of cars in action. For example, this 41 Willys that's coming up to the line right now, it is representative of the Willys that used to be so popular in the AA gas supercharged category. The Stonewoods and Cooks, the KS Pittmans, the Junior Thompsons of the day. None of them, however, had the big wing on the back. So again, we're seeing a bit of old and a bit of new. So the AA gas supercharged 41 Willys going through the burnout. In the other lane, the 554 replica, the Sharp and Moonaham. And now that is a burnout. I have a feeling he does not like those tires. Those tires are not destined to be around for a long, long time. That is for sure. So the 554 car getting backed up now. It is a replica of a car that ran and set records everywhere. It is a car that is legendary. The original is sitting at the Don Garlett's Museum of Drag Racing in Ocala, Florida. And it is as close a representation as I have ever seen. This car has been down to Bakersfield's Hot Rod Reunion, and it is quite a handful getting down the track. It does not necessarily want to go straight all the time. The run earlier today, it was pretty straight. So keep both eyes on these cars as they are going to want to go all over the track. The track has gotten hotter since their first runs, and it is just going to be a green light, and hang on. Here we go. All right, both cars heading down track. Actually, you know what? They're staying in the groove pretty nicely. The 554 car runs 7:56, 189 miles an hour. They both pop the laundry at the top end, 7:48 for the Willies in the other lane at 183 miles an hour. That's a pretty commendable run, straight in the heat of the day. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine B, we need you to the lanes for your third qualifying session, and stand by Street Machine A. So Street Machine B, bring them up. We need you to the lanes for your third and final qualifying session of the day. Machine C, all in the staging lanes as we get set for their third qualifying session then. Eliminations happen tomorrow. All the information they gathered today goes into determining what their real handicap dial-ins will be tomorrow. So Lucas Stone and Jack Hodson heading down track in this session. It'll be the Chevelle getting there with a 12:06, 113 miles an hour, 13:35 for the Fairlane, 102 miles an hour. Rick Thiessen in the other lane, Coquitlam is home base, 69 Cougar. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to call license. All license runs to the pits, or sorry, to lane 6, please. License runs to lane 6. This is your call. So safety crew noticing some smoke out of the car on the TCS side, and they're going to do a little bit of a cleanup here on the start line. Car is actually leaking a little bit of something, and it's just one of those things where we'll be talking to the driver and get that sorted out. But in the meantime, we'll do a little bit of a touch-up here and make sure that there's nothing large enough that's going to cause a problem for the racers. So, safety crew out there, as I mentioned, the racer going down, having some issues with the power plant. And yeah, there's a little bit of something on the track. They're just determining what it might take to get that cleaned up. I haven't seen all the heavy-duty equipment moving as yet, but that might be happening here momentarily. So I'll keep you posted as soon as I hear something official on the radio. Langley Loafers are very appreciative of the sponsors for this year's event, namely Fryby Gourmet Foods and Dudney Pub, Church of the Blues, primary sponsors, but then big shout-outs on their part going out to Torchman Rod and Custom, BC Scale, Alder Auto Parts, Badass Garage, Lee's Market in Fort Langley, Nitro Lube, Richard Purcell, SoCal Speed Shop, and TCS Products. All those sponsors, if not all, most of them, have tents and displays available in the pit area. Hopefully you have a chance to go over and say hi and thank them for their support of drag racing here at Mission Raceway. Without their support, it would be a whole lot harder to have events like this, and so we thank them, and as they support us, we hope that you can support them too. You see the tractors rolling down. Always important that we have the track in the best racing condition, the safest racing condition, and so that is paramount. And we will take care of some business on the track right now, and I'll get back to you as soon as I hear something official as far as time is concerned. We continue in Street Machine C. That we get back into racing action. Dan Dancy over here, Tower side, up against an unknown commodity to me because there's still, I'm waiting for information in the computer. But Lordco lane goes 1320 at 102 miles per hour. And Dan Dancy goes 1689 at 80 miles an hour, which brings up Sylvia Hoogston and a Charger. Looks like a 68, maybe 69 Charger. Over in the other lane, no information yet, so a late entry. Getting a qualifying hit in for eliminations tomorrow. They're both staged. Sylvia over here working the car's magic with a brand new tax system that she says is absolutely the best. It's helping her do her staging and getting the revs up to the right point without distracting her and helping in her consistency. 1265 is her time, 106 miles per hour. The Charger goes 1371 at 99 miles an hour. Here comes Tony Reed and Patrick. Patrick's in that 67 fair lane. Street Machine C is the category, so we're looking at cars that are 1150 and slower. Mustang hopping up and struggling to get some traction there, the 67 Mustang. At the top end, it'll be 1260 for the Mustang, and the fair lane goes 1294. Yvette Kosachi, that's probably better. Yvette Kosachi from Salmon Arm. Attention in the pits. We're making a call for anyone making a licensing pass. We can put you in lane 6, please. Anyone making a licensing pass, lane 6, please. So the Mustang ran a 1368, 1263 for Veronica Hodgson in the other lane. A car that she says is prepped by Jim Benke. Steve Moore and John Sayer. Now Sayer's in the purple Dart from Port Coquitlam. And Steve Moore all the way in from where I live, White Rock. C10. Up on the tire, both cars. .1148's the time for the pickup. The C10 goes 120 miles an hour. John Sayer, 1179 at 112 miles an hour. '66 Malibu rolling forward alongside a '66 Studebaker. Imagine way back in '66, we had a stoplight. Was the look of cars back then. Studebaker's in from Vernon. So clearly not one of those cars that races week in, week out, but here for the Langley Loafers. TCS lane runs at 1313. That's the Tower side, 104 miles an hour. And the Studebaker goes 1677 at 81 miles an hour. Here comes a Plymouth. One lane and a Ford in the other lane. Eric Hansen and Mitchell McCartney. Hansen goes 1336, 99 miles an hour, and McCartney goes 15:08 at 90 miles an hour. That brings up Gord Matichewski and Colleen Davis. Colleen runs 13.50 in the Lordco lane, 97 miles an hour. It's a 14.99. TCS side for the El Camino. Starter noticed something on the track, so we're going to put a hold on two that are sitting there for right now. And he'll get on a scooter and check out what that offending bit of debris is. If you watch any national event drag racing, you notice one of the pieces of equipment that they use is a FOD mat. It is a special mat that is about 5 feet by 5 feet wide, maybe a little bit bigger, and you drag it behind an ATV. It's called a FOD mat, Foreign Object Debris. It was designed for airports, and it's basically a metal mat that has all of these little traps that can pick up and get anything that is loose off the track just by running over it, and it doesn't do any damage to the track. It works for small pieces, but obviously there are times where something larger, a piece of a body panel or something will come off and we'll need to retrieve that by hand. But it's interesting how technology continues to find opportunities in drag racing as the sport develops in so many different ways than was originally anticipated when the signs on the start line were made. Those signs, by the way, where it says Mission Raceway, salvaged from the original Mission Raceway when it was located across the road over by the junction there. That was way back in the 60s, and that sign was in place for many, many years. The Langley Loafers, or whoever it is, managed to salvage that sign, and they bring it out every year for this event. Throw everything back in motion, starter back in position, car staged up, and here we go. Brady Peterson and Drayden Foxcroft. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine A, we need you to 5 and 6. We're going to put Street Classic on standby, but Street Machine A, need you in 5 and 6. The last pair that ran down the track, Brady Peterson in the Ford goes 11.94, and the El Camino of Braden Foxcroft, well, those times just disappeared on me, and they will forever remain a mystery to me. C10, not sure if that's Carson Barlow or not, racing in that truck. No information coming up on my screen, but if it is Carson Barlow, and I'm told that it is, yeah, everybody says, yeah, it is. He started his career in junior dragsters and has worked his way up into sportsman and is now running that truck pretty regularly. And doing well with it, too. Randy Borsko from Chilliwack. Voodoo Bullet and Lordco sponsoring that 67 Camaro. These are licensing runs as drivers getting a little bit more seat time A little bit more time behind the wheel. And getting comfortable so that they're up for making elimination runs. Run straight down the quarter mile, 874, 157 miles per hour. As we continue with one more licensing trip down the quarter. Up on that launch, getting a little bit on the tire. 1011, 106 miles per hour. It's always fascinating when you watch a vehicle that resembles a brick and still manages to head down the quarter with a good head of steam. Street Machine B, it's called, and these are cars all running 11:49 and quicker. And here we go. So we got Mike Probin over from Vernon in the 66 Nova, and Grant Clone over here in the Fairlane. Picking out some rocks, probably picked up in the pits on that launch. Grant goes through with a 10:07, and Probin goes through with an 11:09. 132 miles an hour for the Ford, and the Chevy 121 miles an hour. And that brings up Jim Benke. Brad Torque sponsored 67 CUDA. And George Hill in the other lane from Prince George in his green Mustang. Ford Power over on the Lordco side, Mopar Power here Tower side. Of course, they qualify heads up without any handicaps, so it's always fun just to see who gets there first in a grudge racing style. 973, the Mustang, 973, 138 miles an hour. Of course, Jim has run in the nines, but the car is not really licensed to run in the nines, so he likes to keep it in the tens. Ran at 1021, 131 miles an hour. Not sure if he'll be happy with that run on these conditions. He has run much closer to the 10 mark. Kevin Garlock and Brett Halicki driving the 71 Pinto. 9:28 is the time for Garlock, who gets there first. 10:98 at 112 miles an hour for the Pinto. Dale Posnick and Scott Ukranitz. Got the Dart over here, tower side. Mustang on the spectator side. So the Dart goes 1060 at 127 miles an hour, while the Riff Raff Racing Mustang runs a 1038, 129 miles an hour. Stu Funk next up. Ran a perfect light earlier in the day in that 70 Chevy. Bob Rickey from Victoria. Attention in the pit, Street Classic. We need you to the lanes, 1 and 2. Street Classic. We need you to the lanes, 1 and 2. Bring them up, Street Classic. Bob Rickey in the Plymouth. Victoria car. Stu Funk over here, tower side. Plymouth gets 1104, 119 miles an hour, and Funk goes 1161, 118 miles an hour. And that brings up Brian Heffel and Walter Johnson. 72 Chevelle, Lordco lane, 71 Vega, TCS lane. Brian Heffel based out of Abbotsford, and Walter Johnson is as well. So a couple of Abbotsford runners facing off for their third qualifying hit here in Street Machine B. Is the time for the Vega, 135 miles an hour. And the Chevelle goes 1524. Next two qualifiers, David Cohen and Rob Hodgson. Rob Hodgson in the Plymouth, champion from the hot rod category here at Mission Raceway in 2021. Flashback Plymouth from White Rock. .1019 for Cohen, 129 miles an hour. 1096 for Hodgson at 121 miles an hour. Burnouts complete for Kevin Clark and Ross Walker now. Clark, sponsored by Adventure RV, 68 Nova and 66 Chevy 2 from Langley. That is Ross Walker. On the Lordco side, he's a builder from Langley. And Kevin Clark, he is from Rosedale. So Bill Halicki takes his little Ranchero to an 11:28, 10:51 for the Malibu. As Mal Patterson rolls forward alongside Sean Cassidy. No, not that Sean Cassidy. This is a different one. He's the driver of the Casper GTO. Way up high in the air for Mel Patterson. Sets it down, still going straight. And at the stripe, it's going to be a 10:44 for the Chevelle, or the Acadian rather, and the GTO goes 10:98, 124 miles an hour. Here comes Russell Jeffrey and Kerry Riedlinger. Russell goes all the way from Abbotsford to Mission, and Kerry goes all the way from Surrey to Mission. Once again, 65 GTO on the Lordco side. It is a 9:35 for the Nova of Russell Jeffrey, 11:55 for Riedlinger. Just rolling up to the start line now is Glenn Fillingham in the 1970 Hornet with 401 cubic inches of American Motors horsepower. Coquitlam is home for Glenn, and he has a couple of those AMCs. Attention in the pits. We need all Cash Bash competitors, all three of you, back into the staging lanes, please. Cash Bash competitors, we need you back in the staging lanes. 5 and 6, please. Bring them up. So Glenn Fillingham in the Hornet goes 10:36 at 128. McCartney in the Ford goes 11:60, 120 miles per hour. Jordan Almos, Susan Fougere. Susan runs that 1968 Firebird. Gorgeous looking Pontiac. 69 Dart here, Tower side. So Susan runs a 10:24 at 132, and Jordan goes 11:50 at 116 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up Don almost. And that is going to close out Street Machine B as we get set for a licensing pass. Don runs a 9:93. At 134 miles an hour. Hey, listen up in the stands. If you bought a 50-50 ticket, we've got some prize money up here for you. If you bought a 50-50 ticket, dig out your tickets. We're going to be calling out a number here, and you'll have 13 minutes and 20 seconds to get up to the tower and pick up your cash. We have got $846 sitting up here for the winner. If you are holding this green 50-50 ticket, here's the numbers: 899-6395. Let me say that again: 899-6395. You've got 13 minutes and 20 seconds to head up to the tower. If you have got that winning ticket, and $846 is here for you. 899-6395 on a green ticket. So check your tickets. I'll announce that number again, but the timer has started. 13 minutes and 20 seconds to get up to the tower here, all right? Why don't I call that number again now that it is totally quiet? The 50-50 winning ticket number. If you got them all out now, have you checked them? 996395. Those are the winning numbers of $846. So congratulations. Hopefully they are still here and will be up to the tower to pick up their prize. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to call Street Rod to lanes 3 and 4. Street Rod, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Bring him up, Street Rod. So this takes us right into round number 3 for Street Machine A. Like Ted Buss over in the Lordco lane. And Warren Jacobson over here, Tower lane. 67 Chevy 2 up against a 1934 Ford. Qualifying session number 3 in Street Machine A. Both cars pre-staged. Warren is in. Ted is in. In Street Machine A, electronics are allowed for some cars, but Warren never did seem to get on it. Ted Buss goes 920, 1102, 135 miles an hour for Warren. And that brings up Camaro of Brendan Rouse, Catch 22 he calls it, from Delta. Charles Sidden in the other lane, Lake Country, shop owner there. Tops Auto Repair in Kelowna, sponsoring that 67 Dart. Great reaction time from Charles, 003. As close to perfect as you want to get. It was 988, 135 miles an hour in the Dart. Camaro runs 1051, 127 miles an hour. And here comes Dan Parsons and Jerry Epp. Dan Parsons not having a good run last time out. Once again, time is running out. We're waiting for the ticket holder of... We'll wait for this run to finish. Dan Parsons and Jerry Epp motoring down track. Mustang goes 1101, 150 miles an hour. Parsons in the Duster, 1094 to 129. So once again, we're waiting for the holder of the 50-50 ticket, 899-6395. If you don't get up to the tower here within 13 minutes and 20 seconds, we will be forced to pick another number. But if you are out there, hopefully at the far end of the pits, 13 minutes and 20 seconds is enough time for you to get up to the tower. 899-6395. So in the Street Classic Series so far, the Quick 8 is anywhere from 8.95 to Vic Senra's 10.42. So everybody's going to have to run quicker than 10.42 if they want to be in the quick 8. Andy Fisher and Stephen Brown head down to 11.74 for Fisher in the Chevy and 13.89 in the Plymouth. That's Stephen Brown. Attention in the pits, Dennis Winton. We were waiting on you, but I guess you showed up. Here, Cal Barnes now runs 10.03, and Ralph Ehlers makes his run as well. Ralph staying in the 26th spot with 13.62, as Paul Carr and Colin Moore get set to find their place. Are they going to be quicker than the 10.42 or Vic Senra? Paul Carr is currently in the number 14 spot. Both drivers turning on the red light. Paul Carr will get there with an 11.44 and a 14.51 for Colin Moore. So nobody getting into the top 10 there. Bob Baxter now and Terry Charles. Hey, at this point, we haven't got our winner up here for the 50-50, so hopefully you didn't throw away your tickets. We'll be making another draw. It's Baxter and Charles head down track. Terry Charles goes 10.20 at 128 miles an hour, 10.42 for the Chevy pickup. Mark Brenzinger now and Roland Lowen. Roland in that 55 Meteor. And it's the out of time Nova. Sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop, Bail Bonds. Mark Brenzinger hails out of Richmond. Roland out of Aldergrove. It'll be Brenzinger who hits the stripe first with a 10.09, 136 miles an hour, and 13.75 for Lowen, 100 miles per hour. Rob Dollywall now and Vic Senra. Senra is currently in the, he's on the bump for the quick 8 with his 10.42. Senra's in that purplish F100. In the other lane, that 55 Cruise Customs from Kamloops. Senra goes 10.59, not an improvement at all. 126, he'll stand on that 42. 15.30 for the 55 Chevy. John Annear from Victoria, 53 GMC. And in the other lane is 64 Mercury. TCS lane runs 12.55. 105 miles an hour, and 12.91 in the Lordco lane, 104 miles an hour. As we get down to the bottom in Street Classic. So we're going to make one last call here for the 50-50 tickets. 8996 395. So here we go. 899 6395 for the 50-50 winning ticket. So we're just winding down in Street Classic, Street Rod. You are in the lanes. Nostalgia Gas, we're going to call you to the lanes as well now. In the pit, Street Rod, you are in the lanes. Nostalgia Gas, bring them up. So Pete Legg takes the 56 Chevy to a 1298 and the 56 delivery in the other lane, 1679. Alex Stobie here tower side in his 64 Chevelle. And Earl James in the blue Henry J. He bought in grade 10 for $45. Still racing that Henry J. It's a classic now. 1392 at 99 miles an hour. 1397 in the other lane. Al Learmonth and Jerry Brabander. Brabander currently in the number 10 spot on the run order. So the Chevy 2 gets there with a 1065, 123. 62, Nova, 1329. Attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, we're putting you on a standby call for your your third qualifying session. Didn't mean to scare you there. Third qualifying session of the day. So that's a standby call for Canada West Door Slammers. Tim Cordner heading down track in the 55 Studebaker pickup up against Greg Westling. Westling driving the car that goes 1309, 105 miles an hour, and Cordner in the pickup 1040. So it looks like we never did get that first 50-50 ticket winner up to the tower. It's possible they may have left the track. Who knows? But that means that we're going to have to pick another number. And that another number on a green ticket, get your tickets out. This could be your number for a 50-50 win of $846. Got those numbers in front of you? Here you go. We're counting them down. 8532818. If you've got those numbers, 8532818, we've got some 50-50 prize money up here in the tower. Outlaw N no electronics. We want you to be on standby. Outlaw N, no electronics. We want you on standby, please. So here we go, semifinal for the Cash Bash. 3 cars left in this race within a race. All drivers paid into a pot, and that pot's going to be split between the winner and runner-up. This semifinal, first pair is Dennis Winton and Chris Stone with the handicap going to the station wagon. So that station wagon will leave a couple seconds before Chris Stone in the Dodge Dart does, and we'll see who makes it to the finish line first. Nobody turned on the red light, and that is a good thing. As they get closer to the stripe, it's a win light for Chris Stone. 10:23 at 122 miles an hour. Winton, trying ever so hard, goes under his 12:09 dial, runs 12:088. So Chris Stone heading into the final, and it'll be up against Ryan Johnston. Johnston here in the Corvette, getting the bye run because of the odd number of cars in the semifinal round. .902 is the time for Brian Johnston, 151 miles an hour, taking that Investors Group vet into the final against Chris Stone. So we'll see that in a few minutes as we get set for Street Rod. So the category is Street Rod. Body styles up to 1948. Do a quick 8 in qualifying, and all remaining cars run in a B category, if there are enough cars, that is. So Kelly Robinson in the 34 Ford heads down track, while Sylvia Gosselin has trouble on the start line, and the 31 Model A just not launching very well at all. 9:69 is the time for Kelly, 137 miles an hour, and Sylvia goes 15:70, 83 miles an hour. As Rob Monroe rolls up next to his competition in the other lane. Monroe from Langley, White Knuckle Racing, a 31 Model A. Sponsors include Gibson Racing Transmissions, SD Performance, and BN Hot Rods. Monroe goes 9:10 with a 145 miles an hour, 10:43 for the Hot Rod in the other lane, 129. Here comes Frank Egley from Salmon Arm in his 36 Chevy, and Jerry Brown from Langley in his 38 Pontiac. Jerry, a flooring estimator from Langley, driving that green Pontiac with Chevy power under the hood, as the same Frank Egley got Chevy under the hood too. Outlaw N, we're now calling you to lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw N, this is your call. Bring them up to 3 and 4, and with that, we're going to call Canada West door slammers to the lanes as well. 5 and 6, please. Canada West door slammers, we need you to the lanes for your third qualifying session. But Outlaw N, bring them up to 3 and 4. As two more hot rods head down for their qualifying session. 12:59 at 103 miles an hour for Robin in the Lordco lane. Once again, we have called a second number for our 50-50 draw. 8532818. If that's your number, come on up to the tower. 8532818. And here comes Zach Joyce. Zach Joyce backing up from the burnout. Langley runner in that 48 Boston. Cool looking hot rod. Does run it in the door slammer category from time to time. So apparently can run 870 or quicker. So Zach is off and running. Whoa, getting out of shape and real close to the center line. Well, close by my standards anyway. Gets off the gas and rolls it through with an 881. Still going real quick at 121 miles an hour. So he was good to get out of the gas. It happened pretty quick where he just sort of started sliding right over to the center and just out of the blue and had to correct to get out the top end. It's quiet again, and so we still haven't got the winner for the 50-50 up here in the tower. 8532818. If that's your number, we have some 50-50 money up here in the tower for you. 8532818. So it was a licensing pass for that pickup again. We've seen that happen 3 or 4 times today. 981, 132 miles an hour. We're getting down to the close of the program. We've got Nostalgia Gas coming in for their 3rd round. Chupacabra 2 over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Pat McInnes, 64 Dodge from South Slocan, BC. He's a mechanic there. Terry Denome, he is the publisher of Canadian Hot Rods. Seen that on the stands everywhere. Canadian Hot Rods. Wheels up launch for the 64 Dodge. Dodge and the Ford going down together. Ford gets there alongside with the Dodge, but the Dodge goes 1081. 1101 is the time for the Ford. As Rick Rice and Dave Stobie roll up. We got that Ford prefect. Well, it sort of is a Ford prefect. Kamloops, BC. In England, it would have been a Ford prefect. Dave Stobie in a Chevy Vet. $11.23 for the prefect. Rick Rice, $11.20 at 117 for the vet, Dave Stobie. Ron Anthony now and Philip Marvetts. Haven't seen Philip here for a long, long while. Good to see him here on the property. Anthony Brothers 38 Special here on the tower side. $12.29 is the time for Philip Marvetts. 12:11 for Ron Anthony. Tire slippage there for Mark Balland in his 55 Chevy as David Sidden is trailing on that qualifying run. 10:18, 135 miles an hour for the 55 Chevy. And 12:67 for David Sidden, 105 miles an hour. Here comes Steve Chase now, running in the Nostalgia Gas category. You know, the NHRA had to institute a rule about how high the motor could be offset from the ground, and it was 24 inches. Back in the day when everything was nose high. Hey, attention in the pits. If you're looking to make a phone call and you can't find your phone, and your name is Vic or Perry, I think we have your phone up here in the tower. If you are out there anywhere in the pits and you went to the washroom and your name is Vic or Perry, and you can't phone home like E.T. would, that's because we've got your phone up here in the tower. So we have completed Nostalgia Gas, and we go into Outlaw N, no electronics. Outlaw N, no electronics, and we start with Bert Worrell and Graham Edney. Edney taking the 29 Ford to the top end alongside the Nova. It's the Nova that will get there first with a 927 and a 947 miles an hour for Bert Worrell. Graham Edney, GNE Enterprises, off the gas and coasting through it at 1998. So we may have to send up somebody to get him unless he can hit the early turnoff. We'll just wait for a second for Graham Edney, and that gives me time to say here is a new number. Yes, we still haven't got our winner in the 50-50 draw. So if you have tickets in the 50-50 draw, look in your pockets, grab your 50-50 ticket, and if the number is 853-2831, I intentionally waited for the burnouts to complete. If you have a green 50-50 ticket number, 853-2831. We need you to come on up to the tower. We've got some 50-50 prize money up here for you. So check your ticket numbers, 853-2831. So Andy Antle in the F100 goes 897. Blair Criddle, 917 in the 27 Ford T. So attention in the pits. We're going to call the Cash Bash finalists to lane 1. Cash Bash finalists to lane number 1. And Pro Mod and Exhibition, we need you to the lanes right behind Canada West Door Slammers as we do just a little bit of track preparation. Hey, with cars all down the track, once again, I got to tell you, we have not got a winner in our 50-50 draw. That's right. There's still money up here for the 50-50 draw. If you have a 50-50 ticket with this number, 853-2831. That's the number that is the winning number, 853-2831. The winning number for the 50-50 draw is waiting for you up here in the tower, and you've got 13 minutes and 20 seconds to head up to the tower, and where it is air conditioned, by the way. So that says something too. So once again, if you're the holder of the green 50-50 ticket, 853-2831. If you're holding that 50-50 ticket number, come on up to the tower. We have got your share of the 50-50 prize money sitting up here in the tower. So do a little bit of track prep as we get set for Cash Bash finalists, and then we have the final qualifying session for Canada West Door Slammers, and then we have the final qualifying session for Pro Mod and Exhibition. So once again, I'll make the announcement on the 50-50 ticket draw. If you are in possession of some 50-50 tickets, you might want to check them. We have got 8532-831 as the winning ticket number. And so if that is your number, 8532-831, we have got some prize money up here in the tower. Just working right now on the Quick 8 for the Street Classics and Street Rods. As soon as I get those, I will be announcing who the Quick 8 are, because everybody else will go into the other categories as they will stay in the A category. If for any reason you're in the Quick 8 and you've broke, please contact Bill Wells. You need to let him know so that we can adjust the ladder accordingly. So safety crew and start line crew are all working to get the start line, the racing surface, in great condition again, given that the last time we checked the track temperature, it was 138 degrees Fahrenheit. So really, really hot. And it's important that we keep the surface nice and grippy, nice and sticky. So we're just getting that set up right now for the door slammers and pro mods that will be making the final runs of the day. They're just sitting in the staging lanes getting set for that. We also have the final for the Cash Bash that is going to be up first. So I just got the information, attention in the pits for the Quick 8 in the Street Classic A and Street Rod A. Those categories, Street Classic A and Street Rod A, will consist of the Quick 8 And we will ladder the top 8 in A, and the rest go into B. So here we go. Street Classic A. These are the top 8. Starting from the top, Ryan Johnston, Scott Winterbottom, Mark Brenzinger, Cal Barnes, Terry Charles, Bob Baxter, Tim Cordner, and Vic Senra. That's your quick 8 in the Street Classic A. If you are, for whatever reason, unable to make the call for those quick 8, please contact Bill Wells and let him know, and he'll adjust accordingly. And here are the quick 8 then in Street Rod A. Again, same idea. Quick 8 run in the A category, and once we ladder the top 8, the rest go into B. Zach Joyce, Rob Monroe, Martin Dykstra, Kelly Robinson, Paul Papskar, Robin Redding, Chris Cook, and Ken Wright. Those are the quick 8 in the Street Rod A category, and those will be posted downstairs on the board by the tower if you need to look at them again. So qualifying is completed. Everybody will be getting one hit, just a time trial run tomorrow morning, and we'll see if that, well, it's not going to change anything from what we have, but it will give you an indication of the track. Hey, before we do the next runs, we're still waiting for a 50-50 ticket winner. So your chances have just improved. Take a look at your tickets. If you're holding 8532913, 8532913. If you're holding that ticket number, wow, there's money up here in the tower for you. 8532913. That's the 50-50 ticket winner. So here we go, final in the Cash Bash. It is Chris Stone here tower side and Ryan Johnston on the spectator side. Handicap start gone to Chris Stone. Is the vet going to get around him at the top end? Does not. Chris Stone from Mission takes home the money. Chris Stone picks up an extra $250 for his efforts as the winner. Ryan Johnston goes home with $130 in that Cash Bash. So congratulations to both those guys for all of their efforts. Cash Bash is done, so that is great. With the burnouts complete, we launch into the third and final qualifying session for Canada West Door Slammers. And we have got on the start line James Kennedy in the Blueberry 2004 Grand Am. In the other lane, Brian Ritchie Racing Engines. Port Coquitlam. Greenlight Auto Sales for Brian Ritchie, associate sponsor, 68 Chevelle. And James Kennedy in the Grand Am. So each driver looking to make an improvement of where they're currently sitting. Brian in the number 11 spot, James in the number 9 spot. James has run as quick as 777. Brian 8 flat. How will they do this third run? James Kennedy, 784, not quicker than his 775. So he will stay in the same place. Brian Ritchie stays in the number 11 spot. Here comes Brody Shirk and Paul Debris Jr. Shawnigan Lake, home base for Paul Debris Jr. Straight Line Race Cars. And Brody Shirt from Langley, the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, JS, and Rad Torque, all sponsorship. Brody Shirt goes 8:52, 8:55 for Paul Debris. 8:55, not quicker than the 8:50, and Brody, same situation. They sit in 16th and 17th position. So the Blue Max taking quite a long time backing up. In the meantime, Mark Schupener waiting patiently, delayed the burnout. Schupener from West Kelowna in his Chevrolet, sponsored by Wix Filters, Federal Mogul. Max rolling forward into the beams. So both cars looking to make clean runs here at the stripe. 8:17 for the Blue Max, 8:45 for Schupener. 8:17, nobody making any improvements on earlier times. The track temperature having a lot to do with that. It's also 34 degrees outside, so it is mighty hot. Hot conditions for making any kind of horsepower. It just takes the right setup to grab hold of whatever the track has. Henry Zacharias backing up and rolling forward, getting into the right staging position as Devin Jansen inches forward into the staging beams. Devin from Armstrong, 70 Black Nova. Zacharias Investments sponsoring that 53 Vet. Both cars staged and set to go. So Zacharias gets there with a 7:74. 8:60 is the time for the Nova. So Zacharias sits in the number 7 spot right now. Greg Field and Rob Leclerc still up in the 6s along with John DeYoung. Henry in 7th position and Devin in the 18th position. Here comes Dale Jensen now and Blake Miller. Dale Jensen driving the Acadian Canso. Essentially, it's a Chevy 2 that was put together in Canada. '67 Camaro of Blake Miller. Looks like he was a bit off the gas, 8:78. Best was 8:74.9. So Jansen goes into number 10 position right now. And Blake Miller in 20th. Peter Lucanis now and Tom Katnick. TK Performance sponsored Chrome Red Camaro. Katnick over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, the spectator side. And Lucanis over here. 63 Vet, sponsored by Transporters Logistics on the tower side. sitting in the water box watching his former car, now owned by Tom Katnick, run a 784. And Peter Ducanis sitting in the 19th position, not making any improvement there either. So Derek Shirk now currently sitting in the 4th position. This new car for Derek, 55 Bel Air, sponsored by, of course, all of the groups that Derek has a hand in. Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Chop My Rate, Rad Torque, JS Performance, just to name a few. Takes a lot of money to run one of these hot rods if you can get your hands on it. Ooh, heading for the center line there, but manages to correct, has to get out of it just to stay straight. So not going to happen on that run. Goes 9:10, 99 miles an hour off the gas. So discretion being the better part of valor. He knew when to take his foot off the gas. Here comes our number 1 qualifier right now, Greg Field. Greg Field from Kamloops. Active Auto Care sponsored 69 Opel GT. Sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, and Lordco. Up alongside Greg is your number 2 qualifier, Rod Leclerc. Rod's from Victoria, sponsored by Paradise Homes in his 67 Camaro. So that's a couple of good burnouts. So they'll back the cars up and get ready for that run. Nobody making much of an improvement with the here in the heat of the day and the track being as hot as it is. You can only prepare it so much. I think everybody's thinking, well, let me get a little bit more run, one more run under my belt, but this is not record-setting temperatures, that's for sure. One of the things they will learn from this is just a better way of setting up the car for the heat of the day come eliminations tomorrow. So no run is a wasted run, but it's not necessarily one that's going to change the order very much. So Greg Field, home-built 69 Opel GT. Rolling into pre-stage with Rod Leclerc beside him, and they are set, bumping in. Oh, Greg getting real close. Oh, whoa, almost. I don't think he touched the wall, but it was almost there. If he didn't touch the wall, he missed a good opportunity to do it because it was really that close. So Greg Field is going to stay in the number 1 position, but boy, that was close, real close. Yeah, the track temperature being 138. The quicker the cars go, the harder it is to stay in the groove. Every incremental movement the car makes is a real challenge. Hey, listen, while there's a break, we're still waiting for a 50-50 ticket winner. Do any of you have 50-50 tickets? I don't see any hands up. Any 50-50 ticket holders? So you can hear me. We've got money up in the tower. 8532913. If you're holding that ticket number, there's a little over $800 sitting up here as part of your 50-50 winnings. 8532913. That's the 50-50 lucky ticket number. So that will take care of qualifying session number 3 for Canada West Door Slammers. We do have one more session for Pro Mod now that is going to take place. So the Pro Mods that are here on the property this weekend are racing to the 8th mile. So 8th mile action, and it'll be singles. So the drivers have elected to run in pairs in this qualifying session. Roy Lazick over here, tower side from Kelowna in that black 54 Studebaker. Steve Horn in his brand new 41 Willys. JS Power Sports sponsored Pro Mod from Burnaby. Track temperature remains 138 degrees, so it is a hot one on the surface of the racetrack. So Roy Lazick over here, tower side, incorporating the aerodynamic lines of the 54 Studebaker that has been used so much in the early days of drag racing, and also land speed records out at Bonnyville. Car has a nice slippery look to it. Used to be a Canada West Door Slammer that ran that body style too. I still see a few of them on the national circuit running in Top Sportsman. Steve Horn in the other lane, well, he took a shoebox and basically made it all slippery with that 41 Willys. Well, it was going to be real slippery there, that's for sure. Steve Horn managed to use up a good portion of the track, even up to the 8th mile. And they have chutes out, and it's not good up at the top end, as the chute did not come out for Roy Lazick. I ask you all to stay in your seats as we will have the safety crew out there attending that right now. It is an incident out at the top end with Roy Lazick as he was on the brakes. So we know that there was an incident, that much I can confirm, but we'll certainly wait for the details as we get them here in the tower. And it's one of those things where we have to wait patiently to find out exactly what the current conditions are. So as soon as we hear something more definitive, we will get that to you. So as I say, the official word that I have is that will do it for racing today. The time that it's going to take to fully clean up all of the incident at the top end and make sure that everything is back to racing order is just going to be prohibitive for us to do anymore. So we will be sending all the cars back to the pit area. And with that in mind, we want to thank all of you race fans for sticking with us through a scorching hot day. Hey, we really do. I can't say this enough. We really do appreciate you choosing Mission Raceway and NHRA Racing for your entertainment value. We'd love to see you out here all the time like this, and we hate to end the day on that note, but safety being what it is, we're glad that the drivers are okay, but we really do need to call it a day for today. It's just you're going to end up sitting out in the heat far too long for any racing to resume. So we've sent all of the racers. They'll be going back to the pits, and they'll have the evening to sort things out. Hey, if you are welcome to hang around, because 8 o'clock tonight, the Rockabilly Band kicks into gear. So you can certainly find a lot of things to see and do as you wander up and down the pits, and we'd love to have you stay around, run through the sprinkler, and stay cool. Make sure that you have hydration. But as I say, in any case, we certainly welcome if you're leaving, if you're driving home, drive safely, be careful on the roads, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. So thanks again for coming out. Drive safely, and we'll be back at it bright and early, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.